niggas ride. Bang it to a nigga head, make sure his noodles fried. No case for homicide, motive for death. It wasn't his wealth. A fake nigga fake, feeling himself is why. Don't cost a dime to stay out of mind. This powder in my dollar got me up, caressing my nine lurking. Catch homie Perkins, swerving lanes with his bitch. Yeah, he trying to get some brain. Follow him to his tilt. I knock him down with 2 rounds and spin off him too raw and get down on this dog. I hope no one saw my ambitions as a rider, slapping loud in the car. Yeah, that nigga wired up, and it's only 2 o'clock. While the scene getting taped up, I'm deep in some cock. I'm fresh out the push, now I'm needing for a knock. When you suckers wanna push me, when I'm already cocked. Yes, I'm riding to the neck, about 40 in my clock.
Cross the line in these streets, they'll swallow you whole. I'm a black boy, baby, and I hustle for dough. This shit's easy, it really ain't that difficult. I'm getting money out these bitches like I'm really pimping. Cross the line in these streets, they'll swallow you whole. I'm a black boy, baby, and I hustle for dough. This shit's easy, it really ain't that difficult. I'm getting money out these bitches like I'm really pimping.
Vampires from the Jakes, bitch, we live off blood. When it was funk, you wasn't there, you wouldn't have bust if you was. Getting none from the drugs, strapped down in the cuts. Home something that's detrimental with my flame I trust. Ain't letting my niggas death go, selling pussy like retros. My niggas locked down, and trying to strike him out like Pedro. Fucking with my young shooters, we be good in every hood. Run through a nigga spot, show you how we get the jug. On the scale where I be at, it be Blair Underwood. Rest in peace my brothers, nigga it ain't never good. Niggas speaking on my name but scared when they see me. No new boy, I keep a 2 boy and I shoot like Reggie. My street tactics is natural, came from my mama and daddy. Turn bad times into happy, me and Sport in the caddy. Riding, smoking super Glock 40 on my lap. Got the scarf around my face, I be sliding like gay rap.
Cross the line in these streets, they'll swallow you whole. I'm a black boy, baby, and I hustle for dough. This shit's easy, it really ain't that difficult. I'm getting money out these bitches like I'm really pimping. Cross the line in these streets, they'll swallow you whole. I'm a black boy, baby, and I hustle for dough. This shit's easy, it really ain't that difficult. I'm getting money out these bitches like I'm really pimping.
I'm a STREETLEGEND. They call me B-Eazy. I'm a Mac it breezy, that's for sheezy. Pimp a hoe, get the dough, break a bitch to flip them chips just like I'm playing poker. Getting head up on the sofa while I'm watching Oprah. You know I'ma get that dough, bruh. Grit and grind, I gotta shine, so I hustle like I'm supposed to. Bay Area native, Northern Cali, West Coast, representing for my mob, man. La Cosa Nostra, we really mania, we might just act a fool again. Now I ain't riding solo, I'm with at least 100 hooligans. Ain't talking about no dance moves when I say that you got served. I started out with some real niggas and most of them from Pittsburgh. Can't forget about my bro, the boy spit from Chicago. Every day I'm hustling till I flip Mercy and Lago. Everywhere that I go, I just see the same hoes. It's paper over pussy, no, that shit won't ever change, bro.
Yeah. Listen up. It's B-Eazy, that dude, the great. He ain't fake, he one of the real guys. Spitting fire every stream. You been late to the party, now it's time to realize. From Pittsburgh to around the world, yeah, the flow is elite. Every beat that he slide on turns into straight heat. Came up from the grind, selling box on a laptop, running up a bag, feel like he hit the jackpot. Got the luxury visions, ambition vivid, never bluff. Person's progress, persevere when the going gets tough. B-Eazy, that dude, got stripes in the game. Every rhyme, every line, they gon' remember the name. From the streets to the stage, the energy don't fade. Legend in the making, yeah, history's what he's laid. Mic in his hand, heart in the flow and soul on every beat. Dropping knowledge, power, bravado, his legacy complete. Hustle, amplified, lyrics electrified, that's the truth. B-Eazy, that dude, established with certified proof. Feel the bass, feel the vibe, let it ride through the crowd. All the words, every hook, man, he keeps making us proud. King of his lane, rising above every feud. All hail the one and only, B-Eazy, that dude. Yeah.
Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. B-Eazy, that dude, and impromptu stream back with another one. This one is gonna be a banger. Might ruffle some Pan-African feathers, who we call panties, but it will be a doozy. Before we get this thing started, I would be remiss. Let me give a shout out to some of the illustrious guests. Chakra King. Also, we got my Florida family, sunlight from the Sunshine State, shining brighter than a diamond. We got the intellectual soapbox. We got the lovely, sincere Saida. We got Tay-Bay in the building. Now, I don't like to keep y'all waiting. I know y'all seen the title, y'all seen the thumbnail, and y'all want to get into it. So before we get this thing started, you know, I gotta hit ya.
If you know the song, sing along. Yeah, you're right.
私も地元民と言っても実は
さすがにです。
もう友達できたの？うん。グッドファンのこっちに
Look, this promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks is showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, move it for me slow mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting moto. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about no ho. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking this bread forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy, that dude in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji, eating tandoori and chicken curry, that ism is really indie. My pimp game international, I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of bad. And we are activated. So we gonna get right into this thing. Y'all have seen the title, y'all have seen the thumbnail. Dr. Umar Johnson, who is the self-proclaimed Prince of Pan-Africanism. Now, some also call him the Prince of Pineapple Pizza, or also the Prince of Pickled Peppers, the Prince of Panda Express. I think those would be more befitting, more so than the Prince of Pan-Africanism. What the hell does that even mean? Who knows, right? So he's been on this recent tirade against FBA, while at the same time trying to co-opt the movement, the language, the talking points. So we're going to get into it. And this seems to be his newest grift. And I don't like to use that word because it's extremely broad and nebulous. And I think it's often used out of context. However, if you can find a better word to substitute the word grift, I'll go with that as a euphemism. So the video I will be reacting to first is a video by the Honorable Tim Black. This video, if you would like to watch it uninterrupted, is on the Tim Black TV channel. It's titled Dr. Umar's New Movement is Just His Old Grift with a New Name. So since I am reacting to this content, I will need to pause it, rewind it, fast forward it, give my additional commentary and context so I make this video transformative. This is under the fair use doctrine so that I make the video transformative and I'm not just infringing upon this brother's content. So if you want to watch it uninterrupted,
I've given you the place to watch it. Okay. And let me know if you guys have any issues hearing me clearly and or the video. And y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you. Let's get into the video.
I like to flip that saying and put it this way. You can't keep a good scam down when a scam gets good. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Umar Johnson has returneth. He will not go quietly into the night. He will not take himself and go open up his school and just chill and educate the youth that he's been promising to do for a decade. No, he is back. He's on podcasts. He is calling out FBA and ADOS. And people that watch my show, frequent viewers, flyers, they said, Tim Black, you didn't respond to it, so let's get into Dr. Umar. Let's unpack Dr. Umar's recent appearance on the It's Up There podcast with the Brother Loom.
I don't have a problem with the American African people seeing the need to make it clear to other branches of the global African family that when you come here, you need to be clear that we built the house and rolled out the carpet for you. Be respectful in my home the same way you would want for me to be respectful in your home. So the concept of that American African identity, I have no issue with it. It needs to be done. It needs to be said. This is not new. What is new about it is.
So, and don't worry, I'll rewind it back. He says he doesn't have an issue with something. Hey, I have no issue with you guys doing this and this and that. And then he's going to proceed to go on and tell you that he has an issue with what we're doing. So why lie? Why start off with a lie, a disingenuous statement, a contradictory statement saying, hey, I have no issue with you guys doing this. Okay, fine. So what are you complaining about again? The thing that you just said that you agreed with us on. Now you're trying to frame it as if it's a bad way and add poison pills and additional context to it, while at the same time omitting, very pertinent facts. Let's get into this. This is just already seconds into part of his rant. If y'all want me to do a full breakdown of the video, I will, but some of the stuff that Dr. Kumar says is insufferable, so I can only digest it in bits, you know what I mean? And the more I listen to him, he starts to sound more oppish by the segment, by the podcast, at the same time saying he's the prince of Pan-Africanism from the comforts of, you guessed it, America. Okay.
Tim Black, you didn't respond to it, so let's get into Dr. Umar. Let's unpack Dr. Umar's recent appearance on the It's Up There podcast with the Brother Loom.
I don't have a problem with the American African people seeing the need to make it clear to other branches of the global African family that when you come here, you need to be clear that we built the house and rolled out the carpet for you. Be respectful in my home the same way you would want for me to be respectful in your home. So the concept of that American African identity, I have no issue with it. It needs to be done. It needs to be said. This is not new. What is new about it is the adversarial stance that they are taking towards African immigrants who come here from the diaspora, and the energy that they give them, the negative energy that they give them, which supersedes the negative energy you give to the white man who enslaved you then and oppresses you now.
You say you got no problem with us, saying that we rolled out the carpet and this is our country and these things. Well, then why make the video? Because it sounds like the only beef really is feelings. It sounds like you got a problem with some people getting their feelings hurt online.
No, the only beef that they have is that we're not calling ourselves African. As you see that he keeps alluding to us being American, but you have to tie African into it, right? When people see Caucasian and white people in America, it's presumed that they have European ancestry, right? So they don't call themselves Euro whites, European Americans, etc., etc. And we've actually been here longer than pretty much 99% of those groups, because most of them are not heritage Americans or Mayflower Americans, as you know, the ethno-nationalists would like to put that, right? Their only issue is that they don't, is that foundational Black American, that term is a term that people can't culturally tether and leech off of. When you say foundational, you have to ask the question, okay, who exactly are you talking about? And then you proceed to give a clear and coherent definition that delineates and disaggregates the data, the culture, and the intellectual sovereignty, which shouldn't be a bad thing. The only way that it's a bad thing is because now people have to hold their own nuts. Hold your own nuts, hold your own lineage, your own filth, but also hold your own accomplishments. Once you use vague terms like African American, even now, even Black American, even though most of these groups, they didn't call themselves Black. They would always say, why y'all call yourselves Black? Black is just a color. And then when I retort that white is just a color, there's no country called white. However, you're being dominated by white supremacy. You know what I hear after that? A chorus of crickets. We were the only ones standing on and being proud of being Black. Well, at the same time, including everyone into Blackness and trying to adopt them and almost forcibly assimilate them into Blackness due to the colonial powers and the hypnosis that we've just accepted the one drop rule and said, hey, y'all got one drop, y'all just like us. And these other groups have always been saying, no, y'all are not like us. And now that we finally woke up out of it and said, you know what? Y'all right. Y'all not like us and we not like y'all. Now it's we all Black. We all one big global Negro. Why are y'all being divisive? And then you go to the continent of Africa, 54 countries, over 3,000 tribes, 2,000 plus dialects. What is united about that? People will look the same, have the same skin pigment, but of a different tribe, so they don't rock with each other. They're from a different tribe, so they want to speak a different language because I don't want to speak the same language as that tribe. Where's the unity in that? So they're not unified on the continent, but we're on an entirely different continent, and we have to unite with everybody because of reasons. Shit don't even make no sense. Let's get back into it.
This is our country and these things. Well, then why make the video? Because it sounds like the only beef really is feelings. It sounds like you got a problem with some people getting their feelings hurt online. Dr. Umar, I don't know if you noticed or not, but the internet is full of people saying things. And there's no valve, no filter, no cutoff. People are going to say things forever. People have been saying things forever. No matter what you and I say about anybody, people are going to make posts. They're going to get.
And got to give a shout out to my Louisiana, New Orleans fam, the 504 boy, Wode, Braxton, in building. And like Tim Black is saying, there is a lot of emotions online, and I don't even like using the term diaspora war. First of all, nobody was really using that term diaspora. Now you hear it every day, every stream, and it's definitely not a war. A war that's going on is what's happening in Gaza, what's happening in Sudan, Darfur, right? Those are wars. What's happening in Iran, those are wars. I prefer the term dispute, conflict, dilemma, less harsher terms. I think war is more triggering, and it's more insightful for people to click and gets the algorithm going. But no, it's not a war. On a daily basis, FBAs are not thinking about African, Caribbean, Latinos, or any other specific ethnic group or immigrant group. It's just if someone is nearby us in close proximity, they're working to undermine us, subjugate, and denigrate us, then that's going to be the focus of our ire. No one is like selectively saying, hey, we hate Africans, so let's target them. No, we have smoke for FBAs, we got smoke for Africans, we got smoke for Latinos, Asians, whoever it is. Anybody could get it. No one is exempt, right? That's equality.
Engagement, they're going to say negative things, sometimes positive, occasionally. But that's how the internet works. So really, you don't really have a beef, do you? Because you've been on the internet for over a decade and you know how it goes. I disagree with you because you said something about Black Americans, and I'm going to say foundational Black Americans, not going at white Americans.
Which supersedes the negative energy you give to the white men who enslaved you then and oppresses you now.
Black Americans have been questioning and fighting against the white system of supremacy, the white structure, the elites forever. And we will continue to do so and have continued to do so well before you and I were born. And it's continuing now and will continue. In fact, we set the example of what resistance and fight back and pushback is. In fact, fam, all countries, all ethnic groups, they wish that they had the same stamina that we have for the fight. Because Black Americans are the pinnacle of resistance, the pinnacle of pushback and fight back. So for you to sit and say, we haven't been fighting the whites, it's goofy.
It's not only goofy, it's a lie, and it's oppage as well. Mind you, this is supposed to be the prince of Pan-Africanism. You know, he's supposed to be pro-blackity, black, but then he's saying, oh, we haven't, man, y'all haven't really been fighting the dubs like that. Okay. So back in the continent, what fighting is going on? The fighting that's going on is from Niger, from Burkina Faso, right? I think Mali and the Sahel region, right? But when you look at ECOWAS, the majority of the African nations are against them. So the nations that are standing up to the colonial, Western, and oppressive powers, the majority of the African nations are not supporting them. And notice how they always want to put this on, for one, Black Americans, more so than they would put it on the Black Africans, the people who are on their own motherland, sharing the continent with them. But why never no smoke for the North Africans, right? They try to pretend as if they're not African, right? Yeah, they're North African. So what are you trying to say? When they say they're North African, what they're trying to say is, I know Black, Bobby. I know Black. Yes, I'm African, but I know Black. Okay, fine. You're not Black. What race are you? And this is why there's such a heavy investment in Egypt. That's where there's an Egyptology, but not a Nigeria-tology or something, right? Because they want to say that those Egyptians, no, they weren't Black. They were Arab, but there's no race called Arab though. So what race were they? They're just darker Caucasians, or they try to say that they were darker Caucasians or some form of Asiatic person. But when you ask them their race, they don't tell you that. They just talk about them being Arab, them being Muslim. And this is why you see a bunch of movies like Gods of Egypt, you know, where they have people that are Lily W's to say, hey, they're North African. They're not sub-Saharan, which is just made up, right? You know, the Middle East, these are just kind of made up modern terms that if you say it enough, then that's what people go. Where's the Middle North or Middle South or anything? Like it doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? So they've framed it as, oh, it's something different. It's on the same continent, But no, this is something different. But then when it comes to America, it's like, no, we're all the same. Central South America is all the continent of America. It's all the same, right? But North Africans, oh no, they're different. You can't call them Africans, but it's literally in their name, and that's their geographic location. But don't call them Africans because they don't want to be associated with the blacks. Okay, make it make sense. Why isn't the Palestinians, the Egyptians, the Lebanese? Israel is in the Middle East. Is Israel trying to help uplift Africa, or are they trying to create a greater Israel? Right. And they're not talking about Africa, even though it will be in Africa. So, it's why isn't the Prince of Pan Pizza talking about this? Go direct this to Dearborn, right? There's a lot of Middle Eastern North Africans in Dearborn, but he's not trying to have them uplift Pan-Africanism, even though they're literally African.
All ethnic groups, they wish that they had the same stamina that we had for the fight. Because Black Americans are the pinnacle of resistance, the pinnacle of pushback and fight back. So for you to sit and say, we haven't been fighting the whites, it's goofy. It's not.
Look like we've been joined by some illustrious guests. Shamika, I think this is your first time coming through. Shamika, what it did it do? And of course, Vibrant Low. Oh, so she coming in hot, throwing up the FBA. Yes, there would be no USA without FBA in the building. Let's get back into it.
Not based in reality, it's based in your imagination.
There's nothing a continental African immigrant can do to me that can supersede what the white man has done to me. There's nothing a
Instead
Caribbean,
of trying to
Central South American African immigrant can do to me that can exceed what the white man has done to me. So why is it I can have so much vitriol, hatred, disrespect, animosity towards someone who looks like me just because they came from another place, when the white man who's responsible for my hell here, I've never given him half that energy.
What?
And then on top of that, it's contradictory in this way.
I'm going to let it play and I'm going to rewind it back so we can get the full context. But he's talking about contradictory while he's going on this contradictory harangue. Like, what the hell is this dude talking about, saying that, oh, y'all haven't gave these people half the smoke here. How do you think people are able to immigrate here? They had a cap on immigration. They especially didn't want black immigrants coming over here. Even now, when Biden opened up the border, it was mainly white Latinos who he let in and Asians. He didn't even let in 6% of African and Caribbeans combined. It was only about 5-ish% and some change. The only reason why that 5% and some change was allowed to come here, and all of these people from the other backgrounds, because there was a Chinese Exclusion Act. They didn't want them here. Definitely didn't want the Mexicans here. The Mexicans fought to be legally classified as white. So they brought over more of the mejor la raza minded people, the more blancamientos, the types that you see on Telemundo and Univision, right? We fought for that. See, we fought for civil rights. Civil rights is the original all lives matter. Even though we were the ones being abused, beaten, oppressed, subjugated, denigrated, demonized, our communities were being disenfranchised and decimated. We were taking bullets. We were taking bats to the head, dog bites and everything. And then people just come over here and say, oh, okay, yeah, I was part of that too. You know what I mean? How? You were hiding out. There's countless videos of Asians saying that during the civil rights that no, they were too afraid to come out there because they didn't want to be demonized. You know what I mean? But then after the smoke settled, guess who comes and gets all of the benefits? And this is why they use terms like people of color, because it's an racial term. an erasure term. So instead of saying that the Black Americans, the foundational Black American freedmen fought for civil rights, they're trying to now frame it as people of color fought for civil rights. But who are the people, right? Fine, you say people of color fought. Well, tell me the Mexican version of MLK. It should be easy, right? Since people of color were out there fighting with us, right? Tell me the Asian version of Malcolm X. Tell me the white version of Fred Hampton. Don't worry, I'll wait. Why are they always keep quoting MLK? You're judging by the content of his character, not the color of his skin. Okay, fine. Won't you quote some of your white leaders? And then when you quote them, you see that they were pedos. You see that they were slave owners. You can't judge them because they were pedos. Okay, but you're judging MLK over some alleged affair, but you don't want me to judge pedos, right? They'll say some musty, crusty nigga in Chicago that does a drive-by is black culture. Fine. We'll hold that. One musty nigga did a drive-by, and that's black culture. There was a litany of white people in the Epstein list. Whose culture is that? Who raised those people? They weren't poor people. They weren't raised in fatherless homes, right? But they've went even further than somebody that was brought up in a broken home. See, y'all have all of this psychological analysis. Okay, look, this is what happens when you're impoverished and you grow up in a fatherless home. What happens when you grow up in a home with two parents and a silver spoon and you still turn out to be a disgusting pedo and a human trafficker? Whose culture is that, right? Let's get back into it.
Eat what the white man has done to me. There's nothing a
Instead
Caribbean,
of trying to
Central South American African immigrant can do to me that can exceed what the white man has done to me. So why is it I can have so?
And I'm gonna let it play, but damn, they coming in hot. And I don't know if I gave a shout out to the hardest working mod on YouTube, Vibrant Low, and of course my boo, what it did it do. And Roger saying, oh, SHIT, S sugar honey iced tea. You monetize now? Hey, look, man, I'm trying to I could accept supers. I am not monetized to where I get paid for my views. I have to get like 1,000 subs. So y'all help me get to the 1,000 sub goal. And hey, shout out to Roger. Roger, I gotta hold on. I don't got nothing special. Oh, hold on. Since Roger kicked it off, right? Y'all could also hit me on Cash App because YouTube, they take 30%. But hey, look, if y'all want to leave me some super stickers, feel free. But I do appreciate you, Roger. You are my first, you are the first one to ever send me something on YouTube. So I appreciate that, bruh. All right, let's get back into it. I had a visual, but I guess I don't have it queued up, so I can't even hit you, Roger. But thanks, bro. Let me hit you with. All right, let's get back into it. Appreciate that, Roger.
So much vitriol, hatred, disrespect, animosity towards someone who looks like me just because they came from another place. When the white man who's responsible for my hell here, I've never given him half that energy.
What?
And then on top of that, it's contradictory in this way. You still identify with the white man.
Pause. What is Dr. Umar even talking about here, fam?
Pause. I don't know what this nigga is talking about. He's over here saying we identify with the white man because we're saying that we're American, but he keeps calling us American Africans. Huh? Nigga, what are you even talking about? Bruh, if you go to Africa right now, guess what they're gonna call you? American. So when you go to the motherland, they call you American. But while I'm in America, from America, I'm not supposed to identify with America. This nigga is allegedly the prince of Pan-Africanism. This nigga is the prince of pineapple and pickled pizza. The prince of Panda Express. That's what he's the prince of. Imagine a nigga saying, man, I run Oakland. I'm the prince of Oakland. Where you live at? In New Jersey? Huh? Nigga, how are you the prince of Oakland and you're never or rarely in Oakland? You come to Oakland once a year and you're the prince of Oakland? The shit wouldn't even make no sense. Imagine Bibi Netanyahu saying he's the prince of Israel, but he's never in Israel. So he's saying that, oh, I'm the prince of Pan-Africanism. He went to Ghana, got some citizenship. Right after he got his citizenship, guess what he did? Came right back here. He came back to my motherland, America, while at the same time wagging his finger. Oh, y'all call yourselves America. Where you at again? America. Nigga, why you ain't in Africa? Why you ain't in the place where you're the prince of? Imagine you are a prince, but you don't even want to live in your kingdom? This shit don't even sound right, nigga. What is this goofy nigga talking about? Let's run that back. Like I said, he says a lot of stuff. He says it's slick. Sometimes he says some stuff that's funny. But this is what you call incoherent rambling.
Here, I'm never giving him half that energy.
What?
And there's so much vitriol, hatred, disrespect, animosity towards someone who looks like me just because they came from another place. When the white man who's responsible for my hell here, I'm never giving him half that energy.
What?
And then on top of that, it's contradictory in this way. You still identify with the white man.
Here we go again. If we identify with the white man, why are you here? No, seriously, there's a viral story right now of some white Russian dude going to Africa and just running roughshod, just running through chicks over there, right? He running through a bunch of Bantu bunnies over there. But the tribal leaders, they don't have nothing to say. They worried about FBA. Their homeland is being pillaged right now. It's being ransacked. And they're worried about Tariq Nasheed. You can't even make this stuff up. And Roger Meadow says he forgets some of them who are still in Africa are the descendant of those who sold our ancestors out. And these are the people that we're supposed to unite with. Yeah, they sold y'all people into slavery, but unite with them when they haven't even admitted it. Unite with them when they haven't done anything to show that they want to repent for those sins. Did they even think it was a sin? Many of those people were sold for trinkets, right? And think about this. Where is the and I'm gonna let my bro Sanchez touch into this in a little bit, right? Where is the African side of the slave trade, right? Because Umar keeps saying y'all siding with the white man. Okay, well, the white man's history say that they went over there and they bought many of our ancestors from y'all. What's your side of it? No. They were all kidnapped. Okay, I'm sure a great deal of them were kidnapped, but the numbers estimate anywhere from 12 to 15 million bodies were trafficked during that slave trade. That many people were not kidnapped. At some point, we have to use a different word. Like my bro Rob says, at some point we have to use a different word and talk about the complicity that's going on. I'm all for talking about colonialism, U.S. imperialism, U.S. coup d'etats and puppet leaders. I call all that stuff out because I don't agree with it. I'm vehemently against it. But in order for that to thrive and be able to flourish for so long, it takes the complicity and the corruption of the leaders in the homeland. And you got to call out both, right? They're working in tandem. You can't just say it's the big bad boogeyman white man. Yeah, it was a boogeyman white dude working with the boogeyman who looked just like you. So we got to call out both. The person who looks like you is even more sinister because they are willing to throw your entire lineage just for a few butter biscuit crumbs, not even a full butter biscuit, the crumbs of a butter biscuit. But hey, it's more than you were getting. But now you've doomed an entire generation, setting them behind for decades just because you wanted some crumbs. That's quite cowardly and not something I can respect. And Shamik says that he's the prince of pancakes, the prince of flapjacks with no syrup. Syrup or syrup? How do y'all say it? Syrup? Syrup? You know, we say scissor. The prince of pancakes with no scissor. And we got Phoenix Fire coming in, blazing hot. Blessings to you. Appreciate you. Let's get back into it.
Pause. What is Dr. Umar even talking about here, fam? He said a lot of things that don't make any sense. Continental Africans haven't done anything to us except be disrespectful. Very disrespectful for a long period of time. Same thing with Latinos and Black Americans and Mexicans. It's been an ongoing beef in certain pockets across the country forever. You know, go to prison. Well, in the prisons, there's a definite divide between Latinos and Black Americans and foundational Black Americans. But I gotta say, fam, this whole idea that this is more than, as pertaining to Africans, is more than just beef online. That's all it's been. I mean, it hasn't even spilled over into fistfights. I mean, it's just been roasting sessions on TikTok and X.
And this is what has people all in a tizzy where they keep saying there's a diaspora war where no one is getting beat up. No one is getting pinched. No one is getting a wedgie. No one is getting shoved in a locker. And if they're getting shoved in a locker, it's not because you're an African or Latino or an immigrant. People do that to each other. People bully each other. Americans bully Americans. Siblings bully siblings. So much of what people are trying to create a firestorm about is just a lot of rhetoric. When Black people are being called the hard R, the hardest of R's, with the N word, we're told, get over it. It's just a word. And then when we use words like tether, then suddenly people's just feelings are hurt. We have names for our homegrown Sambos. Some say Uncle Tom, which I have to reiterate, that's the inaccurate and inappropriate term, the correct inappropriate term for someone who is selling out and undermining the group, who is a part of the group, a part of the lineage. That would be a Sambo, not an Uncle Tom. If y'all seen the movie Django, Django would have been considered an Uncle Tom, and Samuel Jackson Stephen would have been a Sambo, right? So we have names. We call them Sambos and raccoons. A tether is just someone from outside of the lineage that's raccooning, buffooning, tap dancing, and doing the Sambo routine. So we come from a culture where we roast each other. Like Malcolm X said, who taught you to hate yourself? So we've grown up with a lot of low self-esteem and self-hate issues, right? So many of us clown on ourselves and clown on each other to be able to face what is a harsh reality out in the world, right? So if you a dark-skinned Black dude, you're going to get clowned on by other Black people, right? Some people are doing it from a place of self-hate, and some people are doing it just because they're finding what they see to be a tick, a flaw, or just an easy target, right? So if you don't have dark skin and you fat, people will clown on you for that. If you got a gap, they'll clown on you for that. If you got crooked teeth, they'll clown on you for that. If you got yellow teeth, they'll clown on you for that. They'll clown on a white person with yellow teeth, a Black person with yellow teeth, a Latino with yellow teeth. If you have an accent, whether it's an African accent or you sound like welcome to 7-Eleven, right? People clown on accents. Is it right? Is it wrong? It's just reality. If you're short, people clown on people who's short. They don't call them height phobic, right? You can't even say midget anymore. You're supposed to say little person, right? So people get clowned on for various reasons, and people say, hey, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never what? Y'all can finish the rest. So if words will never hurt you, then why are you so triggered by someone calling you a tether? Won't you fire back? And then, we can just have a roasting session. Unless you're admitting that you're ill equipped to handle this level of roasting, then if that's the case, then maybe you want to tread lightly and watch your mouth. Watch your damn mouth when you speak into FBA, because you don't want this level of smoke intellectually, physically, spiritually, and clearly not rhetorically, because all it has been is rhetorical, and you're getting destroyed in this rhetorical battle so much that you're calling it a war. How? Your livelihood is not threatened unless you threaten us, and then we are, getting people up out of the paint. There was this tether who said she wants to strap a bomb on herself and blow up FBAs, and FBAs did what they had to do and got her up out of her job. That's the only thing. But if we just roasting back and forth, and one of the main things that people like to say, you called me an African booty scratcher. I was called that. I'm not African. I'm not a booty scratcher, but that's what we called each other. So of course an African will get called that, not because you were African, just because that was a joke that people would use. But people use that in like the early 90s. People don't even say that anymore. Now, since people keep crying about it, because people would be 66 years old saying that they didn't unite with FBAs because they was called an African booty scratcher when they were 6. But I'm like, you're 66 now. So why are you still holding on to that? Get over slavery. That was so long ago. Yeah, that happened for over 400 plus years, right? You weren't called an African booty scratcher for that long, but you still didn't get over it. You know what I mean? And the white people called you worse. You know what I mean? So what's really worse? Someone being called an African booty scratcher, or someone having their whole homeland pillaged, where there's a bunch of orphans where people just go in there and do whatever they want with the women and children. But you called me an African booty scratcher. Yeah, and someone is over there sexually assaulting your women and kids. This is not rhetorically. This is actual reality. So, but the Prince of Pancakes won't talk about that. Let's get back into it.
No, Africans haven't done anything to us except be disrespectful. Very disrespectful for a long period of time. Same thing with Latinos and Black Americans and Mexicans. It's been.
Hey, those little people's wrestling shows be lit. I'm about to go to one. I'm supposed to film one. They're actually some more entertaining. So shout out to the little people. You know what I mean? Little people matter.
An ongoing beef in certain pockets across the country forever. Go to prison. Well, in the prisons, there's a definite divide between Latinos.
Yeah, Roger is an OG, and Roger said Gen X used African booty scratcher in the early 80s. Yeah, that was 80s, and then I think like the early 90s, and then it phased out. Nobody even uses that term anymore. So when people still try to say that, but even if it's not true, but let's just say it was. What is worse, someone jokingly calling you an African booty scratcher, or someone destabilizing your country so bad that you have to flee? I mean, what is really worse? One is jokes said in jest, and one is decimating your homeland. We're not the ones who made it to where your country is destabilized, right? We're not the ones trying to do a military coup on Ibrahim Traore, where he's already had multiple assassination attempts. That's not FBA. So yeah, and like Roger saying, I got called an African booty scratcher. And Fire says she never heard that. Fire is an 80s baby, so Fire, grew up around that era. And like I said, Fire, it had a period. It was kind of a fringe thing, but it phased out. But people didn't say it specifically because you were an immigrant or an African. We called each other, that. And, kids are pretty harsh and could be demeaning with their rhetoric. But that's why they have phrases like boys will be boys, but you can substitute boys and say kids. Kids bully each other and say harsh things, you know. Um, so I think in terms of harshness, calling someone an African booty scratcher is very mild compared to some of the things that we've said. Like when people where schools were being segregated and people were being lynched, they weren't saying lynch those African booty scratchers. They were saying lynch those niggers, though. They were saying that. And we've been joined by an illustrious guest, the illest Israelite stepping on 2 feet, Travion Phillips in the building. Hey, they wilding out there in Seattle. I seen like 4 or 5 people got terminated out there, man. Did you hear about that, Travion? Let me know. Let's get back into it. Salute to the Brody.
And Black Americans and foundational Black Americans. But I gotta say, fam, this whole idea that this is more than, as pertaining to Africans, is more than just beef online. That's all it's been. I mean, it hasn't even spilled over into fistfights. I mean, it's just been roasting sessions on TikTok and X that people have basically been using for engagement and to build their channels. And I'm sure you understand that, Dr. Umar, because that's what you're doing now. That's why this topic is up. That's why Loom presented it. I mean, because people want to hear about it. It's engagement, it's talking, it's conversation. It's a part of the profit center, the market, the model of making money on the internet. And besides that, I don't see a big deal. I mean, what are we talking about? Few back and forth videos. And to this point, I haven't heard anybody be more out of pocket than an African that was calling for the extermination of Black Americans. That's the worst I've ever heard, and it came from that side of the camp. But
so like he said recently, and I can pull the story up if you guys don't know about it. There was this African immigrant lady. She says she hates FBA. She wants to strap a C4 bomb onto herself and blow us all up. And then she tried to, you know, she was kind of foaming at the mouth, crust and drool in the side of her mouth because she was so angry and adamant about blowing us up. And she posted this out. Like, if she wants to feel that way, fine. But once you put that out on social media, that is a threat. And once you say you want to do it to an entire community and lineage, you're not just talking about me. You're talking about my mom, my cousins, sisters, and all this other stuff, right? So people, rightfully so, they found out where she worked and they filed a complaint with the employer. The employer said this doesn't represent our values, got her up out of there. Then she doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down and was talking about how mean and hateful we were. Like, there's no videos. Find me a video of one FBA person saying that they want to blow up a bunch of Africans. You won't find one, right? But there are videos of them saying how they've undermined us and what they want to do to us. But we're supposed to overlook that because we all Black. Y'all came from Africa. That's y'all motherland. No, it's not. And even if it was, that doesn't mean that you have a right to undermine someone just because you allegedly came from the same place. Chinese people and Korean people, they both Asian. Do you think Chinese people would sit silently and idly by if they seen a group or a contingent of Koreans or Japanese people undermining them and say that, hey, we both have slanted eyes and have the same pigment. If the cops pull us over, he ain't gonna know if you Korean or Japanese. So just let us undermine you, right? The shit wouldn't even make sense. And that's what people always try to say. Let the Jamaicans, Nigerians, Haitians, Senegalese people, whoever undermine and speak for you and be your representative just because they look like you. Yeah, they look like us, but they're not us. And I'm not here to say, here, we're better than you. This is foundational Black American exceptionalism. I'm not doing that. What I'm just saying is there's a difference and a distinction. That's it, right? A jaguar and a leopard look the same. If you go to a zoo exhibit and you say, hey, are those the same cat? Yeah, that's the same cat. No, it's not. One is a jaguar and one is a leopard. Where they're both in the same cat family, yeah, but they're not the same cat. Crocodiles and alligators are in the same family. An alligator is not a crocodile. Y'all can Google what the differences is. And once you see the differences, you see that it's not the same. Similar, but not the same. An orange looks like a grapefruit. Is an orange the same as a grapefruit? Let's get back into it.
Fam, you talked a lot. Dr. Umar in this clip, he talks a whole lot. He makes a lot of comments. It's about a 25-minute segment with the brother Loom. And fam, when you go back over it, you'll see Dr. Umar contradicts himself, because he initially says foundational Black Americans have been overstepping, have been so rude, out of pocket, disrespectful, insulting, vitriolic, all these things. And then he goes on to say this.
You mean to tell me you fighting the white man who's an enemy, and I'm going to make an enemy out of all my Black brothers and sisters around the world? That is insane.
Yeah, I don't
And it's not one-sided. I want to be clear, Loon. African immigrants are just as guilty of this sectionalism and division. I want to be very clear, because I've seen the feed. People send them to me. Yeah. It is. I'm not saying that ADOS FBAs are more liable for the racial divide. They're not. It's equal. Some of the stuff I've seen continental Africans say about American Africans is.
So I'm going to let it play, but here he starts doing with this contradictory, incoherent babbling. And not only that, he's lying. He's trying to say that, oh, it's even. So it's not even, because we have been the most accepting. When an immigrant group wants to get their life started, guess what neighborhood they're dropped into? A neighborhood that was once a Black neighborhood, but then they dropped so many immigrants there that now it's no longer a Black neighborhood. And then if you say something, this is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants, and you're xenophobic. Huh? Oakland in the 90s, 47% Black. Now it's 19% Black, and most of them are undocumented people. And then if you say something, no one's illegal on stolen land. So Black people are being displaced and pushed out of their neighborhoods, but we should care because there's economic and political turmoil in another country. But we have economic and political turmoil here. They're fleeing gangs from Tijuana, but y'all keep talking about the gangs in Oakland. Where could I flee? Shut up, nigger. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. They always talk about Chicago is so bad. That's why they call it Chirac, saying that it's like Iraq, saying that it's like a war zone. So if Chicago is a war zone, where could the American citizens go there? Up, shut up, figure it out. Because we have to bring in some immigrants that are seeking asylum. Where could American kids seek asylum? Even talking like this now is considered xenophobic. But just think of it like this. If you're at home and your kids are starving, but the neighbor kids are starving, are you really going to focus on your neighbor's kids? I mean, doesn't mean that you want them to starve, but you need to figure out how to feed your kids first. And after you've rectified that situation, and maybe, hopefully, there's some extras, then we can consider feeding the neighbor's kid, and we can figure out how we can come together as a community so that we can practice group economics and mutual aid. But before I do that, I need to make sure that my kid is okay first. That's what Americans need to do. They'll tell you how bad that the Black schools are failing. Black neighborhoods are disenfranchised. So in order to help the disenfranchisement, we need to bring in millions and millions of non-citizens. Surely that will help the Black community. The Black community is failing, so we have to bring in a bunch of kids that don't speak English and provide resources so that your kids learn Spanish. That will help your community, right? The Black community has no businesses, so we have to give loans to immigrants. So you guys love tacos, right? You love getting your nails done, right? We won't give you niggas a loan, but we'll give it to them because they're the model minority. And, you're just supposed to accept that. For years, people have accepted it. You know what I mean? For years, people have said something and they've been labeled as xenophobic. This is your lot in life. You're supposed to be society's political doormat. And when we say, nah, we're not just going to just be stepped on, peed on, and pooped on And we're definitely not just going to go silently, right? And now that's kind of upsetting the apple cart because we're supposed to be this stateless, generic, and African that people could just extract and say that you guys don't really have a culture. But I do have a culture in Nigeria, and I do have a culture in Cuba and Haiti and all this other stuff. You know, even though people are emulating us, knowing that we're American, they don't want to give us our full American credentials. But then we're not really African because it's just some generic spiritual connection that you're supposed to have. There's no actual foundational connection, but you're just supposed to imagine one. And you're only supposed to imagine one so the motherland could extract. So when you do some good, it doesn't even give credit to American. You as an American, once you accomplish something as a Black American, well, really, you're from the motherland, so that's an African accomplishment. Like, huh? How? Right? So if Africa is the motherland, where are the African LeBron James or the African Kevin Durant, the African Ant-Man, the African Kobe Bryant, right? And then when they can't name one, then they say, well, Kobe Bryant is African and LeBron is African. So everything you do has to be giving credit to some other place. And then a place like Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico was a slave colony. They don't call themselves African Puerto Rican. And most of them don't go around saying they're Afro-Latino. The only reason that they do say that is saying I'm Afro-Latino, so I want to say nigga. They don't say I'm Afro-Latino, so I want to start a business in the Black community. I'm Afro-Latino. That's why I say nigga all day. That's usually how it goes, and that's the extent of it. But when you're around them, they talk about I'm Puerto Rican, I'm Latino. So they lean more into the Latino part, which is not a race. You know what I mean? But many of them just have African descendants, but they're just okay to just call themselves Puerto Rican, not African Puerto Rican. Jamaicans, they don't call themselves African Jamaican because they had an ethnogenesis, and I don't think that they should. So what sense does it make for us to call ourselves African American? It just was created as an erasure term, a buffer term, and a term for people to tether onto based on the nebulous nature of the word. Elon Musk is African American. How is he not? He's South African. You can't deny that he's African, and he's American based on the constitutional citizenship. That's an African American. You can frame it as something otherwise, but that's what it is. So Charlize Theron, French Montana, and even Zoran Mamdani, who is an Indian born in Uganda, said that he was African American. At least he checked that on his college application, right? So we're saying, hold on. Based on this legal, technical lexicon loophole, they could say that they're African American, but what they can't say is that they're foundational Black American freedmen, right? Every group should be able to be entitled to their intellectual sovereignty. Why is it an issue for us to name ourselves, right? They don't care about us being called African American because it's equating you to an immigrant. This is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants, and we're all immigrants. Actually, we're not. Some of us are not immigrants. And even if you want to presume that all of us came from Africa, which we didn't, but let's just say hypothetically, theoretically, 100% of us did. Forcibly kidnapping someone, hostage taking, and engaging in a slave trade where you forcibly transport people. There's no definition on any information outlet that will call that immigration. It's extremely offensive to even conflate that with immigration. And the only reason people do that is because they want to deny our foundations here. They want to deny our indigenous status here. Not everybody came from Africa. It just was mathematically impossible. But even if you do believe that, there's still no definition that you can frame us as immigrants. Now they do that, you know, to kind of say, look, this is why we flooded your community with immigrants, because this is a nation of immigrants, right? But all of the people that talk all of this immigrant talk, they want immigrants, just not around them. Not in my backyard. They turn into NIMBYs. Who has more resources, a poor Black neighborhood or Martha's Vineyards? When they dropped them off at Martha's Vineyard, they gave them some Ritz crackers, some peanut butter, some celery, a Capri Sun, and said, "You're out of here, buddy." But I thought this was a nation of immigrants. Why didn't you let that nation of model minorities build up Martha's Vineyard? They said, "Hell to the no, no, no. We got all the resources. We love you. We just don't want you here." And who has to deal with the brunt of that? You guessed it.
Foundational Black Americans have been overstepping, have been so rude, out of pocket, disrespectful, insulting, vitriolic, all these things. And then he goes on to say this.
You mean to tell me you fighting the white man who's an enemy, and I'm going to make an enemy out of all my black brothers and sisters around the world? That is insane.
Yeah, I don't
And it's not one-sided. I want to be clear, Loon. African immigrants are just as guilty of this sectionalism and division. I want to be very clear because I've seen the feed. People send them to me.
Yeah.
It is. I'm not saying that ADOS FBAs are more liable for the racial divide. They're not. It's equal. Some of the stuff I've seen continental Africans say about American Africans is unacceptable. And some of the things I've seen us say about them is unacceptable. So I'm not giving one side more blame than the other. They're equally wrong.
Yeah.
Make that make sense. So let me get this right. The whole first part of this video is you saying foundational Black Americans are going too far, being too vitriolic, being too insulting, crazy. We're running roughshod over Africans online. Very disrespectful. Only for you 15 minutes later to say, hey, it's both sides. Both sides are bad, equally bad. And yeah, I've seen it. I've come across it in my feed. Now, maybe in real time, Loom has gone from.
And Umar says both of us are equally bad, allegedly, but he's scolding only one. Imagine there were two siblings, a brother and sister. Both of them were equally bad, but you're only yelling at the brother. Both of y'all is bad. Both of y'all equally did wrong, but all of the smoke is for the brother. That's what he's doing here. FBAs, y'all wrong. Africans, Caribbeans, and other non-FBAs, y'all wrong equally. But let me take it all out on FBAs in America. Nigga, go to Africa and say this shit.
Both sides are bad, equally bad. And yeah, I've seen it. I've come across it in my feed. Now, maybe in real time, Loom has gone from topic to topic to topic to topic with you in this conversation. So he he wasn't able to keep track of all the times you contradict yourself, my brother. But when you look at the clip and then you go back, and as I was, beginning to examine what you said, I couldn't help but notice you contradict the hell out of you. It's like you're debating you. Won't you just admit perfection?
You are a Black American? Since when? So you'll call yourself an American, but you'll never call yourself an African. Think about that now.
Here we go again. Hey, Umar?
What? Hope, please.
Nigga, please.
Hope.
Nigga, what?
Nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
What?
Hey, Prince of Panda Express.
What the fuck are you talking about?
So clearly, first of all, he's calling us American Africans. And then even though it's a relatively new term, which Jesse Jackson, some white Jews, the DNC, and the Buck Broken Boule, they came up with, collectively, Black people weren't calling themselves African American. They didn't vote. And when there was polling, they rejected that term. But then this was the paper genocide. They just start putting it on a bunch of documents and said, hey, you niggas is African American now. But even in the African American term, it said African and American. Umar tries to flip it and say American African. We've always been American. We've always been classified and legally considered American. Even when they were trying to deny us our rights because we were actually voting in certain municipalities before they read us into the constitution with the 13th Amendment, right? So he's saying that all of this stuff from America. He's trying to get us to be disparaged or, look at being American in a derogatory term. Like, nigga, why aren't you in Africa? You're the prince of Pan-Africanism. So why are you in America? Don't you got a lot of work on the continent to be doing? He has citizenship in Ghana. As fast as they signed his citizenship in Ghana, he went over there, ate some jollof rice, shook some hands, kissed some babies, and hopped on a flight and came back to, guess what? America. You can't make this shit up, bruh. I don't get it, bruh. How could you respect somebody, whatever city y'all in, whatever state y'all in? Somebody saying they're the Prince of Baltimore, the Prince of Cleveland, the Prince of DC, the Prince of Los Angeles, but they're never in the city or the territory that they claim to be the prince of. Okay, let's get into it. He's trying to disrespect us because we are saying that we're American, but when you go to Africa, guess what they call you? Oh, my American brother, if they even call you that. But they will say that, hey, we rock with you, we love you, but you're American. Now, when we're in America, Umar doesn't want us to call ourselves American. Africans in Africa don't call themselves African. They identify by their nation and their tribe. You can say that they are African, but they're not calling themselves that. Jamaicans are African too. Why they don't call themselves African Jamaican? Oh, they just know. Well, if we just know, fine, we'll be foundational Black Americans, and some of us will just know that we came from Africa, and some of us will just know that we were indigenous and were just mixed in and became an amalgamated group. Look up the term ethnogenesis, and then also look up how long does it take to create a new and distinct ethnic and or racial group. On the low end, it's 2 to 4 generations. We've been here much longer than that. On a moderate level, it's 6 to 8 generations. We've been here longer than that. I can go even further, but just anywhere from 2 to 8 generations, which we've been here way longer than that, would create a new ethnic interracial group. And then when people say race is just a social construct, yeah, it's a social construct that you adhere to. Saying that you have a nation or a country is a social construct. Your religious ideology is a social construct. Your ethnic background is a social construct. Latino and Hispanic is a social construct. I mean, how far are we willing to just go with it's a social construct? It doesn't even matter if it's a social construct. What matters is if you adhere to the framing of the social construct, which you do. So why are you complaining about it or saying what it is? Like people will say race is a social construct when it doesn't benefit them, but when it does benefit them, oh no, it's not a social construct. It's a biological reality, right? Latino is just an ethnic group, but then they'll somehow turn it into a racial group, and then it will jump back into an ethnic group. Both are which are social constructs, which is why it's fluid, right? You can be Latino and white. You can be Latino and Black and Latino and Asian. You know what I mean?
Let's keep it moving because Dr. Umar's going to say more that requires correction.
You are a Black American? Since when? So you'll call yourself an American, but you'll never call yourself an African. Think about that now. After all I've been through in this country, I'm still going to wave their flag. After all I've been through in this country, I'm still going to use their colors. After every...
See, this is what I'm saying. Like, what is this goofy nigga talking about? Their flag? What do you mean, their flag? There was a foundational Black American who had her hand in sewing the original flag. And see, this is what he wants to do when he say their flag. So what flag are we supposed to claim? Some just generic Pan-African flag? That's not a nation state. We're American. So when he says their flag, no, it's our flag. The people don't want us taking ownership over a land in a region and territory that we built, but he wants us to take credit for some shit that we never did, that we never seen. This is some, like when a bunch of the MAGA maniacs talk about the we wasery, we was kings and shit. Like, this is what he's trying to do. And I know that's a very bigoted, derogatory, pejorative, but this is what he's doing right here. He wants to strip us from our accomplishments on this land and just give it to everybody else.
Since when? So you'll call yourself an American, but you'll never call yourself an African. Think about that now.
Africans are calling us American because that's what we are. And we have called ourselves African, but calling ourselves African is a relatively new term. And you have to think, what is with this obsession with us calling ourselves African? When someone says they're Korean, you know that they're Asian. They don't call themselves an Asian Korean or an Asian Chinese person or an Asian Filipino person, right? So there's no race called African. So, like, who does it serve for us to just keep calling ourselves African, right? Even, if you know that a Chinese person is Asian, do they have to call themselves Asian? If it's just been widely known that we're all African, which we're not, but let's just say, cool, we are all African. What's understood need not be explained, right? So we were the ones who created the ethnonym Black, because all of these other groups who now want to claim that they're Black, yeah, you can be Black, but these people didn't see Black as their identity. They thought it was stupid of us. And I've had people on here tell me, why y'all call yourselves Black? Black means dead. Black means this. And they give the litany of all of the negative connotations associated with Black. That doesn't mean, that's not what it means to me. When I think of woke, I think of being alert. I think of being vigilant. I think of being enlightened. Other people think of woke, and then it's what the newly framing is. Trans people competing in sports and drag book show readings, things that really have nothing to do with woke. Same word, a different framing. So some people could say Black is just a color, and then they say that, and then weren't they have yellow peril? And then they'll say Black is just a color, and then they'll use goofy terms like people of color. So if the issue is with the color, why are you calling yourself people of a generic color? Because if the color is the primary, the primary point of that term, I have to follow up. What color are you? And then you see people who don't identify with a color, but will claim a color. What color are most Asians? They're not yellow, right? And even the ones that are considered yellow, many of them are kind of pale skinned. So again, what color are they? They call white people pink and palm colored. But then I see a bunch of palm colored Asians that are considered people of color. And asking them what color they are is somehow xenophobic. Most Black people, skin tone literally is not Black. When they say Black, they're not saying my skin tone is Black. They say I identify as being Black. That's what we mean. And this is why other people come and say, there's no country called Black. There's no country called white. And you're being dominated by white supremacy that has no country called white. There's no country called brown. And I've heard people say, why y'all call yourselves Black? I'm brown. So you're dodging one color to identify with another color. Why y'all identify with a color that's in a crayon box? Yellow is in the crayon box. Pink, y'all call white people pink. That's in the crayon box. White, yep, that's in the crayon box. Some people blue, black, purple, yep, in the crayon box. Red bone, yep, in the crayon box. All the colors, but you only focus on black being in the crayon box. Interesting.
Correction.
You are a Black American? Since when? So you'll call yourself an American, but you'll never call yourself an African. Think about that now. After all I've been through in this country, I'm still going to wave their flag. After all I've been through in this country, I'm still going to use their colors. After everything I've been through in this country, I'm still going to identify with the plantation and call myself an American.
This is grade school level, right? Fam, we are born in America, therefore we are American citizens. Our parents have paid into the system through taxes, through blood, sweat, and tears, and some their actual life as in blood. And parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, back as far as 10 generations, some further than that. And we have you questioning that we call ourselves Americans. You don't question if a British person calls.
And this is why some FBA say we're the only black people. And then now people say, you can't gatekeep blackness. Actually, we can and we will. Now, I'm not willing to go that far because I know if you look at historical documents, blase blah, some other people were called Negro, the Spanish translation for black, etc., etc. But all of these other groups, like I've been saying, they used to come over here. I'm not black, I'm Haitian. I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. Me no black, papi, I'm Dominican. I'm not black, I'm this. I'm not black, I'm that. And then before we used to say, no, what are you tripping? This is the land of the one drop rule. Over here, we're all black and we need to unite, say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. We never said say it loud. I'm African and I'm proud. None against African people, the continent or anything like that. Anyone that has African ancestry and genetics. What I'm saying is we said black power, not African power. Now we support African power because we want to see the continent and its inhabitants uplifted and enfranchised. But what I'm saying is we stood on and elevated blackness here. Once we elevated here, it was elevated globally. And then once people saw that it was okay, we put some esteem and prestige behind blackness. Then other people start saying, oh yeah, I'm black too. I'm black. And when we're saying we're black, we're using that as an ethnonym. For some reason, it just gets so confusing to people that, oh, y'all saying that y'all skin is black. Most of us, our skin is brown. And like Dark says, copper is brown. So when you hear those copper colored people, the copper colored Indians, we are the copper colored. And we have even lighter and brighter people who are still considered black, which we call them red bones, i.e. people like Tisha Campbell from Martin or something like that. Lauren London, right? Those would be considered red bones, but they're still have two black parents. I don't know if Lauren London does, but oftentimes there are many people with that complexion that have two black parents and, they're black. So yeah. And shout out to Fire. She says eloquent B. Yeah, a lot of this stuff, people have just been misinformed and propagandized and socially engineered to think one way. Yeah, and like he said, Chris Brown is, I believe he's a black indigenous person as well. So when you see his complexion, there's some people that are biracial that have that complexion. There's some people that have two black parents that have that complexion. But in America, since this is the land of the one drop rule, we say, man, we all black. But what we're saying is when we adopt you into blackness, you're black. That's it. Once you're saying I'm black and black all this other stuff, it appears that you have a dual allegiance. That's how some people, and that may be a misinterpretation, But I'm just saying that's where the scrutiny comes from, because back in these like slave days, they would use the mulattoes, the Creole people. They tried to create a entirely different race of people, the octoroons, quadroons. They created them as a lighter, as a lighter Negro that would get preferential treatment, but you still wouldn't get the white privilege. You see what I'm saying? So look, you still a nigga, but we'll treat you better than the niggas. You know what I mean? So they've always used like a color caste system in this, in this country. And so this is where people call colorism, but colorism is just a feature and an aspect of white supremacy and colonialism. It's not really separate. It's just like another aspect of it. You know what I mean? And it looks like John Sinatra has joined. Salute to John. I think John is going to be going live on his platform. It gets deeper, has some real deep and nuanced conversations. So go ahead and sub to the bro. Johnson Different in building. Let's get back into it.
Themselves British, if a Frenchman calls himself French, or an African calls himself African, not just because where his ancestors are from, but from where he's from. We're from here. Your fetish with Africa, fine. That's your thing. I ain't got time to argue with you if you're correct about what you believe regarding that. But I can't say, fam, this is pointless. We are Americans. We live in America. You said after all that America has done to us, we call ourselves American. Well, I think we are Americans and we have earned that right. But later on in this video, bro, you're going to name your ancestors, I think you said your great-grandparents who died in various wars fighting for America.
My 3 times great-grandfather George fought in the Civil War. My 4 times great-grandfather Steve fought in the Civil War. My cousins Lewis and Charles, the sons of Frederick Douglass, fought in the Civil War.
They weren't fighting wars in Africa. You state they fought wars in America, for America. And then here, you're saying it's all about what America's done to us. Well, make it make sense.
It don't make sense. And this is what I'm saying. This is the issue with Dr. Kunmar, because now before, like it would appear that he was doing this to uplift the black people, but he's not. He's really crapping on black people. He's crapping on the foundational black American people, the people that he's eating, leeching, and tethering off of. These are the same people that he's crapping off of. He said that his family fought in a civil war in America. He said that they fought in other battles in America, and he wants to give all that credit to Africa. Imagine you laid your life on the line for whatever city you're in. Oakland, St. Louis, Cleveland, Ohio. And once you lay your life on the line, your blood, sweat, and tears, you got to give all the credit to some distant land in Africa that you never been to. What the fuck is this goofy ass nigga talking about, bruh? And they're always saying this stuff from America, from guess what? From my motherland. You're the Prince of Pan-Africa. Why the fuck ain't you in Africa, Umar? Let's run that back.
American, well, I think we are Americans and we have earned that right. But later on in this video, bro, you're going to name your ancestors, I think you said your great-grandparents who died in various wars fighting for America.
My 3 times great-grandfather George fought in the Civil War. My 4 times great-grandfather Steve fought in the Civil War. My cousins Lewis and Charles, the sons of Frederick Douglass, fought in the Civil War.
They fought in the Civil War. They didn't fight in no African battle. They wasn't fighting with the Zulu tribe. They wasn't in the Woman King fighting with the Dahomey tribe. They were fighting in America, but yet his people allegedly fought, bled, and died in America to only give all the credit that all the work they put in America, you got to give it to Africa. Shout out to Big Rig. Big Rig, the dude likes to ride and tricked out whips and stunt, right? So imagine Big Rig creates a dope lowrider. He puts the slap in it, he puts the beat in it, and they like, oh, Big Rig, where'd you get that style from? That's that Bay Area swag. That's that San Jose style. No, that's that African style. Huh? The nigga never been to Africa. He knows nothing about Africa, but somehow him low riding is African style. This shit don't even make any sense, but that's what Dr. Umar wants you to do. When we come up with hip hop, no, Africans really came up with hip hop because they created a drum. And since hip hop uses drums, that means hip hop came from Africa. But nigga, when we didn't have no drums, we was beating on the side of trash cans. We will beatbox. We would come up with shit. Now all of a sudden hip hop is African because some nigga in the Zulu tribe allegedly made a drum. And unfortunately, many of us have allowed a lot of our accomplishments to be culturally appropriated and for people to just leech and tether onto. Because a lot of times we took it as a joke, like them niggas goofy. But then now it's becoming a mainstream narrative when you got people like Fat Joe Tomo. We created hip hop 50-50. It was blacks and Puerto Ricans. Huh? Then when we break it down and say, actually, y'all didn't. Y'all were just spectators, and then y'all came later and y'all were the first students of our hip hop teachers. Then they try to say, we was there. We was there. You being around a bunch of niggas that created something doesn't mean that you created. I know some people in the chat probably went to the Super Bowl. Y'all was there. Just because you had tickets at the Super Bowl doesn't mean you won the game, doesn't mean you played the game, but you were there. So many Latinos went to a bunch of black parties. They were calling it the Moreno style, which means it was that black and that nigga style, right? And they observed and then they start doing that, right? It wasn't no creating. We give credit to contributions. A contribution is not a creation. If I throw a cookout and I done whipped up the ribs, I done whipped up the tater salad, the corn on the cob, I done got some pies and all this stuff, and you bring some plates and forks and cups and Dixie cups, you've contributed. No, this was 50-50. We created this. Huh? No, nigga. A contribution is not a creation. Let's get back into it.
They weren't fighting wars in Africa. You state they fought wars in America, for America. And then here, you're saying it's all about what America's done to us. Well, make it make sense. Pick your battles. Pick which side you're going to be on, bro. You know what it is, Dr. Umar? People just let you talk. And, you know, you got the gift of gab, so they do not analyze what you are saying if it makes any sense at all. This is nonsense. We'll get to it later when you contradict everything you said here but let's keep going. Ding, ding, ding.
About if someone is saying that, all right, we look at anyone that is putting in our place and getting access to resources that belong to us because they built their cold wealth off coerced labor from our people, but you can come in as an African, as a quote unquote immigrant and get certain access to things that maybe the foundational Black Americans, what they call themselves, believe that, that's our stuff. And so I don't look at the African any different than I look at any other ethnic group that comes over and tries to take that place.
If that's the case, where is your campaign against the Latinos? Because I don't see it.
There needn't be a campaign against Latinos, a campaign against the policies of the Democratic Party, which have grown the swell, the numbers of Latinos here that have created a destabilizing effect on our labor. The cost of labor in America, that's a problem. Now, I can't speak for everybody in the FBA, and remember, we are talking about millions upon, we're talking about 40 million people. We're talking about a lot of people, so I can't speak for what all foundational Black Americans call out, but I call out, I've been calling out the immigration issues. So when you talk about Latinos, it's not about going at Latinos, it's about going at immigration.
Yeah, so when he says there's no campaign against Latinos, there's no campaign against Africans or Caribbeans. If there was a campaign against Latinos, then they wouldn't be allowed to just waltz into our neighborhoods, displace and sometimes violently with the help of the law enforcement, firebomb people out of there. So this has happened. But when people say, okay, look, there were Mexican communities terrorizing black communities, spray paint NK, which means nigger killer. You won't find no black neighborhoods spray painting MK Mexican killer or LK Latino killer. You won't find that. You will find them spraying that. And I can pull this stuff up in real time, or y'all can just don't take my word for it. Look it up, right? All of these people, black and brown, we're people of color. And then you go to jail and they side with the people of no color. The shit don't even make no sense. So, and then it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. So when the Latinos firebomb and torture black communities, you just supposed to take it. We're a nation of immigrants built by immigrants. So let the immigrants run amok in your neighborhood. Then when we say, hell no, we ain't letting that slide. And then someone retaliates, you hate immigrants, that's xenophobic, black people have a culture of violence and degeneracy. It turns into that, right? But once again, the Latino gangs are bigger, they're more organized, they're more well-funded, and they're more violent. But no one calls that culture. A demographic with more gang members, but that's not their culture. A demographic with more violent gang members, but that's not their culture. But if one crusty, musty, dusty nigga in Oakland does a drive-by, that's somehow the entire black culture. A gang of Tren de Aragua, hundreds, tens of thousands of MS-13. Suddenly, that's not a cultural issue though, right? When the Latino gang members get locked up, no one says who raised them. No one asked if they grew up in a fatherless home. All of these people that are crossing the border illegally, do you think this is a bunch of people that grew up with a silver spoon in their mouth? Do you think it's a bunch of people that had kids out of wedlock? Oh, it doesn't even matter. If it doesn't matter for people crossing the border, then why do you always bring this up for people that are here? Why would fatherless homes matter in America, but it doesn't matter for refugees crossing the border illegally? I say that that's an overblown talking point too, where say, with the whole fatherless homes things, because technically, if you're not married in America, you're considered single. So even if you're living there with your girlfriend, if you're not married, that's a single woman, the way the US Census counts it, right? So when these people are crossing the border, it's a lot of single women. There's a lot of unaccompanied minors. Who raised the people to send an unaccompanied minor across the border? Whose culture is that? Just me asking these questions gets people in a tizzy. Oh my God, he's xenophobic. But it's not anti-black and it's not xenophobic towards foundational black Americans to pose the same questions. It's just like, chill out, bro. Answer the questions. Okay, fine. I'll answer the questions who raised us. And then you answer the question who raised Tren de Aragua, who raised the Proud Boys, who raised the Oath Keepers and Patriot Front, who raised all those wackos in the Ku Klux Klan. Don't worry. I'll wait.
Where's your campaign against the Caucasian immigrants? I don't see it.
Oh, man. Latino Americans are the bulk of the immigration that's coming into this country. In 1965, that's when the numbers of Latino Americans or immigrants really started to excel and expand. We're talking about they grew from 1 million to 9 million. And that was caused by the immigration in that.
And this is the thing that people don't give us enough credit for. If we didn't stay on our own land and fight, then these people wouldn't even be able to come over here. So if you really think about the people, and it's mainly a lot of people from Central South America, they're not the only ones who say this, but many people do this. The whole, no one's illegal on stolen land. Y'all know the saying, right? A bumper sticker. you know what I say, buzzwords and bumper stickers. And then you say, you know what, you're right. And then you go to their home country, which was stolen land, but somehow you can't just waltz in there. They want open borders for America, but then you go to their homeland, there's no open borders. And if you wear a "no one is illegal on stolen land" shirt, they gonna say, get the hell out of here, and you're gonna have a gun pointed at your head. All right. Many of these people come from countries where the black people are marginalized, subjugated, and oppressed. So you mean to tell me these people come from a country and a culture of anti-blackness, and then they're going to come over here, be dumped in a black neighborhood, and just be kumbaya? We're going to be singing, holding hands, and roasting s'mores over a campfire, telling scary stories? Is that what y'all believe is what's going to happen? And what happens is they come over here, hey, my friend, amigo, would you like some tacos? Would you like some horchata, right? They're super humble and meek. And then as soon as they get their numbers up, because the Democrats open the border and both parties support it, now they overtake a neighborhood. Then now they're saying with your chest, pinche, mayate, chango, and all of these things, right? And this is all documented, and you can ask people about their testimony. The only people who won't willing to call this out is a bunch of moist, goofy niggas who is obsessed with spicy Latina cooch, and the people that wants Hector or Jorge to rail them from behind. The people that do the interracial dating and mating, they don't want to call this out because they be like, man, my baby mama's Latino. So what, nigga? Your baby mama is Latino and her daddy don't like you, her brother don't like you. And if you go to the quinceañera, you're gonna be getting a bunch of side eyes. So just because you swimming deep in some salsa bunny cooch, that doesn't mean that the collective of that community rocks with you. That's why we always say, and I reiterate, that we have no allies. Individually, there are some great people that are more closer to an ally than people of your own lineage, but that's individual. I can't conflate individual efforts and sentiments with the collectives, because many of these individual allies, if they go and sit home with their family and talk about reparations for foundational Black Americans, an anti-Black hate crime bill, or any specific tangible policy that will uplift and enfranchise the community, suddenly those people, you see how vitriolic and anti-Black that their parents are. And people, there's something that I coined and I call polite supremacy. People get enamored with non-Black people who are polite with them. But if they see you as non-threatening, they don't have to call you a nigger or anything like that. You're like a little puppy, right? People see a puppy, oh, it's cute, cuddly, but you can do whatever you want with the puppy. You can kick the puppy, you can walk the puppy, you can cuddle the puppy, or you can take the puppy to a shelter. It's a puppy, right? Like, it's non-threatening. It's just is what it is. Now, if that puppy grows up into a full-grown pit bull, burly looking beast, and they're like, ooh, like, we don't care what the temperament is, whether it's calm or mild mannered or what. We have to get away the scary, terrifying dog, even though the dog has done nothing to prove that it's a menace. It's just, we have to presume that, right? So that's pretty much how they see many of us over here, right? They want us to be this docile puppy, but they know that that really ain't no puppy. You know what I mean? That's a full grown full blood bully pit over there. But like, yeah, but we're not a junkyard dog though, right? But if we didn't fight here, nobody would be able to flee here. All of these values that many of these people come, it's a nation of immigrants built by immigrants. Okay, why didn't the nation of immigrants fight in their homeland? Be asking that is xenophobic, but it's a legitimate question to ask, right? If I want to go to Mexico and Venezuela, who could I link up with that's going to be standing on business? So no one there is standing on business, and the ones that do are fleeing. So why and how could the conditions ever change? Right? You don't gotta like Bibi Netanyahu, but Bibi Netanyahu is standing on business for Israel. I don't agree with it. It's genocidal business, but he's standing on business for the greater Israel in Israel. Ibrahim Traore is standing on Burkina Faso business in Burkina Faso. So if you want to uplift and enrich your community, you need to do it from the confines of that community. You can't say that I'm trying to build up Oakland and you've been in New Jersey for the past 10 years. Oh, yeah, I'm building it up spiritually and rhetorically. Meanwhile, is drug infestations, crime, and all this other type of stuff that you need to physically be there to assess and address. So all of these people that they want to talk about U.S. imperialism, you're not going to fix U.S. imperialism in your homeland by fleeing to America. You say the U.S. is the big bad bully and boogeyman, but yet you come to be under the wing of the big bad boogeyman. I won't even hold you. Yeah, the U.S. needs to stop being the world's police, and they have been the world's boogeyman, i.e. the Powell Doctrine, Monroe Doctrine, etc., right? But in order to stand up to the bully, okay, if a bully was coming to your house every day bullying you, is the way you stand up to the bully by going to the bully's house and say, let me live here now because no one's illegal on stolen land, bully. Could I live here with you, please, Mr. Bully? You know, I know you're violent and I know you're genocidal, but Mr. Bully, could I live with you? But you have your own home. Why don't you stand up to the bully there? Why won't you get more people like-minded to stand up to the bully unless you concede it to the bully's boot being on your neck? And if that's the case, you've already given up. If you've given up, why are you asking other people to fight for you? I'll fight for people that are willing to fight for themselves. If somebody was getting slapped every day and I was like, man, that shit ain't finna fly. Hey, look, man, I'm gonna go see dude. But then you're not willing to throw a punch or even pinch the dude. What the hell am I fighting for you for? You won't even fight for yourself. You won't fight for your homeland, but you want Americans to call out U.S. imperialism, which you fled and have no intention of going back. The people that come over here and say that U.S. is the greatest nation and say that, man, y'all tripping, all these freedoms that y'all got. Okay, well, you have the freedom to call out U.S. imperialism. How many people come over here and they don't even mention U.S. imperialism. All of the people, whether it be Cuba, Venezuela, Mexico, they come over here. I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump. Okay, cool. You voted for Donald Trump and now he's getting your people up out of here, right? So how did that work out for you? But yeah, this is the FBA, Foundational Black American Freedmen. We fight. We don't flee. No matter how ugly it gets, we stay. See, they say if you can't stand the heat, you get out the kitchen. Well, I'm in Hell's Kitchen with an apron and a hairnet.
Nationality Act of 1965. They opened the doors and more came in. So by 1965, we were around 9 million, 14 million by 1980. By 1990, we're at 21 million. By 2000, we're at 35 million. And in 2010, we're up to 50 million. And into the 2020s, we're at 60 million. Now, remember, Black Americans are still around 45 million. Top number of immigrants come from Latin America. And that's why my conversation, my advocacy, much of my content focuses on the border issues. And I tell Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, I say, if you are with the Democratic Party, you are supporting your own demise. That's what it is. And if you want to be a fighter for your people, the first thing you got to do is get out of that Democratic Party. They have done it.
Now, I do say both parties are the same, but definitely since Black people who do vote, most people don't vote, but the people that do vote, they overwhelmingly vote Democrat. But the Democrats, all they have done, both parties have collectively said, hey, look, we're tired of these niggas. We still will use them to be our voter mules, to be our cultural extraction hub, but we're tired of these niggas, so we want to import a new style of niggas. And that's what the Latinos is. So with the Latinos, many of them subscribe to the Mejor la Raza, the Blancamiento mindset. So since the white birth rate numbers are not at replacement level and there's no race called Hispanic or Latino, they're going to invite a bunch of them over here. They're going to be folded into whiteness because, and this is why they love to keep people in this undocumented illegal alien type status, because as soon as you come over here, the first order of business is to drop as many babies as possible, which is why they call them anchor babies. Having those babies grants them birthright citizenship and anchors them here. So even if the people came here illegally, overstayed a visa, they always play on the heartstrings. You don't want to separate families. They have 2 kids, 3 kids. Look at those beautiful kids. You don't want to, they start talking about the nuclear family and the structure. You don't want to deport a family. So now you have to overlook if a person came here illegally because, oh, look, they have 2 cute kids. You know what I mean? And then instead of helping them get citizenship, they just flood the border. And it's just a cycle of a bunch of undocumented people who have documented kids, who their kids are now citizens, right? And then they just keep, instead of helping the people that have been here 10 years, 20 years get citizenship, they just keep bringing a crop of millions and millions. And the immigration process is not even fair. Why is the majority of the people coming over Latino, right? And I'm being facetious and rhetorical with this line of questioning, but if this was about a nation of immigrants built by immigrants, why isn't it fair, right? Why isn't it okay? If we're allegedly 13% of the population, at least have 13% of the immigrants be melanated. Instead, the African and Caribbean immigrants that came over during Biden's open border process didn't even crack 7%. They brought over almost 80% of Latinos, which who the hell are they talking about? And this is the goofy term of this umbrella term. They're bringing over people from Venezuela, Honduras, Mexico, and they're all lumped together as one big Hispanic to make it seem as if they have some sort of cultural cohesion because they just speak Spanish. But they all come from various ethnic and national backgrounds. But both parties have chosen that, hey, the Hispanics is going to be the new voter base, right? So when they talk about the great replacement theory, it's not a theory, it's a strategy. It's not the Tucker Carlson that what I'm talking about, but the great replacement, they've chosen what demographic they want to place, and that's the foundational Black American. So they want to displace us, but also make us politically and economically irrelevant, so that they can always point to a political doormat and a big bad boogeyman that they galvanize people. Nothing galvanizes the country like anti-Blackness. You know what I mean? Because when you see if it's any other group, then suddenly all the bleeding hearts come out, right? If a Black person gets called nigger, they're told to get over it. But if you call an undocumented person an illegal alien, you can't call them that. That's dehumanizing. Calling someone an illegal alien is actually an illegal term. A legal term. There's no legal term called nigger, though. But you'll hear a bunch of bigots say freedom of speech, freedom of speech. Okay, fine, freedom of speech. You keep saying nigger, I'll keep saying illegal alien. What's the issue? I'll keep saying tether. And this is why I got merch coming out. Shout out to Johnson Different. All slurs matter, right? Y'all are against affirmative action in DEI. So why should the word nigger reign supreme? There's so many other slurs that we can use. Let's use them all. Let's all call each other slurs, because sticks and stones may break my bones, but the words will never. What? Yeah. So more slurs incoming. Let's get back into it.
It's intentionally. I'm saying they exploit them for cheap labor. They want to pay them last summer work without any employment protections. It's a lot of reasons. The corporations like it. These industries like paying less an hour for employees. The end. That's it. We can make it about everything else, but at the end of the day, America's one big corporation. And they do what's in the best interest of their shareholders. So does that clear it up for you, Dr. Umar? The reason why we must stand on business on this? To make this about Africans is a distraction, because it's not.
Reparations for me is not about different groups and sects of the race fighting for their crumb off the big pie. This should be one fight, one reparation. Do you feel me, Loon?
The countries we want to, that we
This shit don't even make no sense. So he's saying in order for us to fight for reparations, we have to unite all melanated Africans across the planet and come together. But come together what? To demand it from what, America? Nah, hell no. This shit don't even make any sense. And okay, let's just say that we wanted to do that. That would have to start at home. And on the African continent, over 3,000 tribes. Does that sound united? Do you think that those 3,000 tribes are all going to drop their flag and just come together? And when we're speaking about Africa, we're speaking about North Africa as well. There's also East Africa, but he just says Africa. What the hell is he talking about? If he's just talking about West Africa, why won't he say West Africa? But he clearly just says Africa. So he's speaking about the continent. Fine, let's speak about the continent. I want to start in North Africa. Why do Pan-Africans never want to speak about North Africa? Oh, they're Arabs. No, they're African. Oh, they're Muslim. No, they're African. No, they're North African. Yeah, like you just said, African. So how is the Prince of Pan-Africanism not even bringing up the North Africans, right? Why don't he unite with them? Is Egypt united with Lebanon? Is Lebanon united with Iran? Is Iran united with Israel? Is Israel united with Qatar? I'm not talking about these little backroom deals. I'm talking about unity to where they're going to come together and stand up for each other. No, because groups don't have allies. They have interests. And it's in the best interest for many of these groups to stay divided. It's in the best interest to keep certain regions and certain countries destabilized. That's in some people's best interest. So if it's in their best interest to keep people disenfranchised, why would they come together? Same thing in the Black neighborhood. These other groups thrive on our dysfunction, right? So when we talk about practicing group economics, what group economics requires some level of discrimination. And it's not discrimination based on hatred. It's based on survival. So, and it's just matching the same energy. When you go to these companies, they always hire their own, and then they're praised for hiring their own, but that's not meritocracy. That's nepotism. So they'll tell you to work harder. Oh, you just work harder. Okay, I'm working harder than this person, and I still didn't get hired based on nepotism. So that wasn't about meritocracy. Many of these groups come over and they do occupational segregation and only hire their own. And then it gets praised as, oh man, they just sticking together. Y'all need to be like that. Okay, fine. I'm going to start a business and I'm only hiring FBAs. That's reverse racism, huh? So another group could come over, an Indian business only hiring Indians, Asians only and hiring Asians. But a FBA starts a business, which, you know, it's far and few between, you know, based on, you know, the economic embargo they have on us, right? But suddenly we have to let everybody in, right? Name one Black business that's in Chinatown. You won't find one, but you can go to a Black neighborhood and you'll find Chinese restaurants and establishments. If we were so poor and we were so violent, why would you want your business there? Shouldn't your business be in a white neighborhood? Oh, I forgot. Even though they called you the model minority, they don't want you infringing upon their neighborhoods. So yeah, you can't set up shop over there, right? So instead of having respect for us for allowing and you know, basically helping your businesses thrive in the Black neighborhood, you be telling us, hurry up and buy, hurry up and go. And then when the Anglos and the MAGA maniacs tell you, hurry up and go back to your country, Heady up and buy yourself a plane ticket to get the hell out of my country. That's xenophobic. Stop Asian hate. Okay. Cue the tiny violin.
Groups and sects of the race fighting for their crumb off the big pie. This should be one fight, one reparation. Do you feel me, Loon?
The countries we went to that we were enslaved at are the countries that owe us restitution. That makes it simple, clean, easy to understand, because those are the countries that benefited from us being there. Right? That's it. Very clear. But Dr. Umar has this bright idea that if we all band together, all African nations band together and demand reparations, that we somehow be able to come to some type of understanding between one another. Fam, we got tribes in Africa that don't agree with tribes in Africa. Now you want them to all.
Correct. And once Dwights do that, they actually hurt other Dwights. But because the dub community, they have a laser-like focus on FBAs, they're willing to, what people say, cut off your nose to spite your face. You know what I mean? And that's why we don't have universal health care. I might do a segment on that, right? The country used to be pushing to have universal health care, like Canada, like Israel, the country we send billions and billions of dollars to. But they figured, like, hold on, if we have universal health care, the blacks, them niggas will get universal health care. Oh, so make them pay a premium, you know what I mean? But that means that you have to pay a premium. And yeah, the W's may have had more means and resources to pay it, but you could have had universal health care, but just stick it to the blacks. You opted out of it. Same thing in college. Prestigious institutions used to be free to go to. UC Berkeley. UC Berkeley is one of the top colleges in the entire land. And guess what? It was free. Guess when it stopped being free? When FBA start going there. The public parks, and I'm not saying all of them, there are some more beautiful ones, but they used to have free public parks where they had pools and merry-go-rounds and all this stuff. Guess when they stopped having them at mass? When foundational Black Americans were attending them. There were multiple public pools where they would fill the pool up with concrete rather than have white people swim with black people. Don't take my word for it. This is all documented. There were public instances where black people were swimming in public parks, and white people poured acid on them for the crime of swimming in a public park, swimming while black. This is an ancient history. So people will try to let's try to figure out history about the dinosaurs, right? But they won't try to figure out history about the country that happened when many of their parents were alive. This ain't that long. Ask your parent about it. Ask your grandma. They know that it's true, but they've tried to etch it out of their memory to try to act as if it's almost like the Men in Black. Like, once they flash them and then they forget their memory. That's what many of your boomer parents and grandparents have done. Many of them, like Jerry Jones, was standing outside during the segregated schools because they didn't want to go to school with black people. Those were many of your parents. Those were many of your grandparents. But then one day they woke up and said, we live in a colorblind society. So we gonna treat the niggers. We gonna treat the blacks fairly. You know what I mean? Because all people are created equal. Okay. And Dark says Australia has universal health care. So they'll say this is the greatest nation. There's nothing that we can do. We can put a man to the moon. We can create nuclear energy. It's just we can't figure out how to give our citizens universal health care. They have other nations which they call underdeveloped and third world, but somehow many of them have a longer life expectancy and some have a better quality of living than us. If you look at certain social indexes, make it make sense.
Also agree with Black Brits And Black Americans, foundationally Black Americans, it's crazy. It's not going to happen. They can't even agree with their next door neighbors. They beef amongst themselves. Be realistic. Unless the point is not to get anything done, but the point is to continue to grift off ideas, off the idealism that you're doing something. Nah, Dr. Umar, I want to get something done. And in America, Black Americans have some sway electorally. If we fight back, if we get busy, maybe we can maintain it. That's our best shot for Black Americans, foundational Black Americans in this country. It is not to team up with Africa and do a global claim.
Because I'm bringing a solution to this. Since we're knocking on the door of FDMG being ready, there needs to be a progressive American African movement that looks out for the best interests of the American African people, that does not demonize our brothers and sisters abroad, and that looks to build relationships with them as far as that can be done. So my movement to counteract the negativity of these movements we're discussing is going to be the DAFA movement, DAFA, descendants of African freedmen in America. Remember, Loom.
Huh? You've got to be kidding me.
What? Ho, please.
Nigga, please.
Ho,
Nigga, what?
nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
What?
So he's against FBA, but he's trying to hijack the FBA ideology, add some poison pills in it, and call it the DAFA movement, descendants of African freedmen in America, not from America, just in America. So once again, this is straight out the Democrat playbook, to make us immigrants that just happen to be in America, to make us immigrants that came to America, but we're not immigrants. And he will say it that, yeah, no, we're not immigrants. But why are you trying to give us terms that make us comparable to immigrants? This shit doesn't even make any sense. Now, even if a lot of people agree with the term FBA and they don't even like Tariq. So this ain't even about Tariq. I don't know that nigga. I don't agree with everything that he says. This is about a label, an identifying label that people are becoming cohesive about, and other people have different terms. Some people just use American freedmen, Solon. I personally like foundational Black American, but it's not so much about what we call ourselves. It's about the mission and what we must do. But us delineating and wanting specificity and disaggregation of data, that's not divisive. You know what I mean? It's actually an empowering thing, because there's other groups that always like to say, hey, we're doing so much better than you guys. Fine, let's disaggregate the data and see. Let's put pen to paper. In order for us to establish how much better you're doing, we need to separate. We need to delineate. We need to disaggregate the data, right? And people understand this. It's just they act confused when it's about us. When it's Native Americans, right? They didn't call themselves American because this land wasn't considered to be America. This was stolen land. Okay, what was that stolen land called, right? So why don't you say that they're native to that? Instead, they're Native Americans. There was no America until we built it, right? You can say there was the continent, but once again, there was no continent called America, right? So the people that actually built this stuff, we're not supposed to call ourselves American. The people who rejected being called American and then after years said, you know what, I guess we will call ourselves American. Sold, you're Native, right? Well, once again, there's no race called Native American and there's no race called indigenous. So who are we really talking about, right? Because they'll say someone that's copper colored, you ain't indigenous, you came from Africa. But someone that looks like Justin Timberlake, someone that looks like Leonardo DiCaprio, oh yeah, he's a true Cherokee, right? And if they're all Native American tribes, then why delineate? There's over 560 plus federally recognized tribes. Why are they delineating and disaggregating the data? They're all Native American, right? They're all one big Indian, right? Or are they saying, no, there's ethnic differences, there's ethnic distinction. And if they can say it, why can't we say it? We're supposed to say that we're all the same as a Jamaican. You're just the same as a Haitian. You're just the same as that, right? No, we're not. I don't speak French and patois. I didn't grow up eating a goosey soup, jerk chicken, non-curry plantains. Nothing against any of that stuff. It's just not part of my culture. To pretend that it is part of my culture because I have the same melanin as someone is just idiotic. We got the same skin tone, so that means we both made jerk chicken. Huh? You came from Senegal, but since we both have the same pigmentation, you helped create hip hop. The shit don't even make no sense.
Therefore, descendants of American freedmen in America.
After freedom came, we were known as what? Freedmen. That was a legal classification. We were the freedmen. My 3 times great-grandfather George fought in the Civil War.
And in the congressional record, freedman is written, but freedman is implying the African. I mean, it's not saying that they're African, it's saying that they're American freedmen. So when he's over here trying to hijack, not only is he trying to remix and muddy the waters on FBA, now he's trying to jack freedmen, which was a ethnic and racial distinction for black people here in America. Now he's trying to tie it to Africa. This is some straight Asian DNC type shit. How is this any different than African American? And you see, he's not calling us African American, but he is calling us American African. So even in African American or American African, it's acknowledging that we're American. It's just they keep trying to crowbar the African in just to equate you to immigrants. So they just try to soften the blow of this is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants, and that's why we flooded your neighborhood with immigrants. See, you're an immigrant too. You're an African American. You really come from Africa, and even though your people have been here for over 500 years, no, you really come from Africa. So call yourself an African American. I mean, that's really all it's about. It's about a term to say that you have no history here. Your history has to go look into some distant place like Wakanda, right? Some imaginary place that didn't even exist. But I never grew up calling myself African American. My parents never called me that. My parents were never identifying as African American. Yeah, people will call you that and say that you are, but it's about how you identify. That term was forced on us. So when you say you're African American, people are okay with that. But when you start saying that you're indigenous, when you start saying that you're foundational Black American, oh, who y'all think y'all is? Y'all some pretendians. Y'all niggas hate Africa, huh? No, nigga, I love America. I love my homeland. I love my country. I'm a humanitarian, so I love people from everywhere. I don't give a fuck if you Lebanese, Palestinian, Brazilian, Venezuelan. I'm a humanitarian. So if you rock with me, I will rock with you. But that still doesn't change my lineage, right? If a jaguar and a leopard say, I love lions, okay, that doesn't make a jaguar a lion. They're all cats in the same family. A jaguar is not a lion. A lion is not a tiger. And a jaguar is not a leopard. They're all cats in the same family, right? The shit don't even make sense, bro.
Oops. See, this is what Dr. Umar inadvertently makes my point for me. I'm just going to shut up and let him talk. Dr. Umar is about to explain why we deserve reparations from America as Black Americans. Take it away, Dr. Umar.
Freedmen. My 3 times great-grandfather George fought in the Civil War. My 4 times great-grandfather Steve fought in the Civil War. My cousins Lewis and Charles, the sons of Frederick Douglass, fought in the Civil War. I'm a descendant of freedmen.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Umar. Man, look, man. My brother. My brother. I want to thank Dr. Umar for presenting an argument so effectively. I couldn't have said that better myself, my brother. I appreciate you looking out for us. That's right. Foundational Black Americans deserve reparations from America as Black Americans because we fought in every war that America's had. We stood side by side with white folks fighting for this country. We built this country for free against our will. And damn it, I would not go claim a place I've never been in a place I never fought a war to uphold. We as Black Americans, we have our claim here in this.
Your family was enslaved here. Your family was lynched here. Jim Crow here. Debt peonage here. Sharecropping here. Eminent domain here. Dogs sicked on them here. Public assassinations here. Black Panthers here. Medgar Evers Voting Rights Act here. Civil rights here. But give all the credit to Africa? Huh?
This country, we should not give up that claim just so people like Dr. Umar can continue to grift off this idea that we're going to get all Black people, all dark-skinned people on the planet to unite. It ain't going to happen. We better off doing what we're doing.
Yeah, thanks for adding that. The whole redlining, all the stuff happened here. And then, but you owe it all to Africa. Okay, fine. I owe it to Africa, but where in Africa? And then they'll tell you some place. Nigeria. Okay, my family is from Alabama. Alabama has been around longer than Nigeria. If my family is from Alabama and Alabama has been around way longer than Nigeria, how the hell are you from Nigeria again?
Doing now, going at America for our claims and handling that in a court of law. That's what we should do. Using our powers here, and frankly, we are the most mobile group of people on the planet. Every other group looks to Black Americans to see what Black Americans are doing because we are the ish.
We're the ish, we're the pulse, and we're the source. Right now, it's a bunch of Latinos. I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump. Okay. Many of the Border Patrol, Latino. Many of the ICE agents, Latino. The people who allegedly shot Alex Pretty, 2 Latino white dudes, right? And still, with all of that information I just dropped on you, guess who they're calling to help protest ICE? It's a bunch of Lily W's out there helping them, right? And they're still saying, but where are all the Blacks? And some people are resting and some people are not resting. They're standing on business, but for their community. I wish it wasn't like this, but every group has to hold their own nuts. I wish it wasn't like this, but this is what y'all told us when we were fighting for reparations, when we're fighting for an anti-Black hate crime bill, when we're fighting for any specific legislation that will uplift, enrich, and enfranchise us. Stop bigging the government. Work harder. Pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. Okay, fine. We can't be out there protesting with y'all because we need to work harder. We need to get more skills, become more literate, more financially literate. Excuse me. We're not going to do that out in the streets, getting peppered with chemical agents by ICE. So you hold your own nuts, and I wish you the best. Let go and let God.
And handling that in a court of law. That's what we should do. Using our powers here, and frankly, we are the most mobile group of people on the planet. Every other group looks to Black Americans to see what Black Americans are doing because we are the ish. We're the gas in the mobile. Us. Why would we need to team up with somebody else to make a claim? We make our claim right here. The problem is we have Black faces in high places that have too many of us hypnotized into thinking.
Yeah, it's funny because they always bring up Trump was a racist and what he said about the Central Park Five. Yeah, when he said that he was a Democrat. And guess who were the people who prosecuted the Central Park Five? Democrats. Guess who were the people who were dragging the Central Park Five through the mud? Democrats. Guess who was pushing the tough on crime? Democrats. Guess who passed 2 crime bills, 88 and 94? Democrats. And I'm not saying that the Republicans are angels. That's why I say both parties are the same. 2 cheeks on the same booty, 2 fangs on the same viper.
And they have our best interest, when in fact their best interest is their own best interest. Once we get around that, we'll be closer to achieving our goals. Dr. Umar, man, look, man, I know you out here trying to get money. Go ahead and start your organization.
And like McDowell says, the only time you want to see them join in with the black movement if they think they're going to have their hands in our pockets or get a check. Correct. This is why, and I asked the Mexican dude, I said, and I've asked these questions many times, and I never get a clear or coherent answer. And some of the answers are offensive and somewhat flabbergasting. Let's just say that, right? Who is the Latino or Mexican version of Martin Luther King, right? Because the civil rights was the original All Lives Matter campaign and movement. And there actually was a poor people's campaign. It wasn't a poor black people's campaign. It was a poor people's campaign. Now, within those campaigns, MLK and other leaders were advocating for specific economic justice for foundational black Americans. However, we wanted to lift everybody up. A rising tide lifts all boats, right? So the civil rights movement that foundational black Americans were pushing was the original All Lives Matter, even though it was supposed to be targeted for specific redress for us. But this is why people try to say it's the Jews, right? And there were many Jewish people that were pivotal in pushing the civil rights forward, but it wasn't done to help black people. What was happening is because many Jewish people, how many times do I have to say this? 92% of American Jewish people identify as racially white. Many of them, all they had to do was change their name, just like Dana Bash. Dana Bash's name is not Dana Bash. She changed her name to appear more white, right? So many of the Jewish people came over and were just able to blend in with the white people. So what grievance could they really say? I'm Jewish and I'm persecuted. Dude, you're white and you changed your last name. So what persecution are you really facing? But they could put a black face in front and see, oh, damn, the black people are really getting lynched. They're really getting dog sicked on them. So they use that energy and put, oh, look at what's happening to black people. Oh, my God, this is sad. Right. And then when the black people get the crap beat out of them, like John Lewis, they give John Lewis a token position in Congress. And all he walks around saying, oh, I got my ass beat on Edmund Pettus Bridge. R.I.P. to him. You know what I mean? But that's why they trotted him around, because all he did was say that he got his ass beat and that now we need to forgive and forget. Turn the other cheek. They bloodied my cheek and bruised my cheek and now turn the other cheek. Right. So they used that pain, and then at the last minute, then they slipped in the most controversial and most disempowering term, minority. So it was blacks getting lynched, blacks getting dog sicked on them. They were saying no niggers allowed, no blacks allowed. They weren't saying no minorities allowed, right? But then when they passed the Civil Rights Acts, they threw that in there and said minorities. And guess who shot to the top of the list for minorities? White women. Somehow, imagine the country has been ran, right? They say this is a white Christian nation, right? So that would mean that the white men are the presidents of this country. But who would be the vice president? That would be white women. So imagine the vice president saying, I'm oppressed. And the vice president is just as oppressed as the regular rank and file person. That's literally what happened. The white people went to the blacks. The white women went and said, how? Because before white women could vote, actually black men could vote, because the voting, it was supposed to be about land owning whites. Then they said, okay, it has to be about men, you know, in favor of the patriarchy is what people want to say. And then the whites, they use the anti-blackness. How y'all gonna let those niggas vote, but you ain't letting your own white women? So they kind of nag them, and then they say, you know what, that's a good point. And then they frame these white women as victims and said, oh, well, they're minorities too, so the benefits that you niggas are supposed to get have to go to this minority group, which is white women. But if white women were oppressed, who was oppressing them? So white women allegedly were being oppressed by white men, and they took it out on black men, even though it was your men that was oppressing you. So anyone could look this up. If you look up affirmative action and DEI, guess who benefited the most from it? White women. So it's always our pain and our plight. And they're doing the same thing now, too. They keep bringing up Jim Crow, and then they're saying, this is like Jim Crow 2.0. Immigrants are being treated just like blacks were. What immigrants are being lynched? Yeah, you can say that ICE is some stumbling, bumbling idiots. They're incompetent. They're irresponsible. I would concur. But to say that they're being treated as slaves when they voluntarily immigrated over here is not the same at all. And I'm not for the mistreatment of anyone. I don't agree with that. But I definitely don't agree with the conflation of calling it Jim Crow. Nobody is saying no immigrants allowed. Literally, they're saying, come one, come all. Give us your tired, your poor, which is why you have tens of millions and millions, right? So where is the Jim Crow 2.0? And on top of that, if immigrants really cared about this is a nation of immigrants, why aren't they advocating for more black immigrants? See, they don't care about black people, and they definitely don't care about black immigrants. All they care about it if it's more immigrants that look like them. So many of them want to become transplants. They want to get to America to turn America to a little part of their homeland, which is why they have little Hades and little Havana and little Italy and little Saigon and Chinatown and all this shit. Like, is this China? Is this Cuba? Is this Haiti? Is this Jamaica? No, you just have to accept it, right? Because it's a melting pot. Fine. You have your little Jamaica. You have your little Venezuela. You have your little Havana. But when we say we're foundational Black American freedmen and we want to have our town where it's culturally and ethnically specific to our lineage, man, that's reverse racism. We all black. We all people of color. Huh? Shit don't even make sense. We're the only group where everyone is supposed to leech, tether, and glom onto, where everyone else gets to have their intellectual sovereignty. Those days are over.
You don't need permission, but you did say something that was that I have to call out.
Do you think you're gonna get pushback for even launching that?
It don't matter. I'm stronger than both of them groups put together.
Okay.
You said that you are bigger than FBA and ADOS. You're bigger than both of them put together. How could you be bigger than us when we're 40 million strong? Yeah, FBA is a lineage. You're not bigger than FBA. You're not bigger than ADOS because these are individual people that happen to share an ancestry. So that means you don't even get the concept. You're just one guy that can't build a school, one guy that's been grifting and scamming people for a decade off of one goal that you still have not achieved.
Yeah, and just to be clear, like I was saying, Dark says the Jews wanted access to capital loans. That's why they was pushing civil rights. George Burns, and that's what I was saying. They used us as the mascot because they couldn't get the civil rights by themselves because they were white. Many of them changed their names to blend in, and they descended from Europe. So they couldn't say that they were truly oppressed. And that's why they tethered on to our civil rights and said, look at how the blacks are treated, even though many of them were doing blackface. It was Al Jolson, a Lithuanian Jewish person, Lithuania, white, European, Jewish, came over here and was one of the biggest stars in blackface. So they were kind of playing both size. They would fund many of the minstrel shows that showed us as mammies and dumb. They would dress up in blackface. They also had two Jewish brothers, the Levitt brothers, who created these Levitt towns, these racial enclaves where they segregated black people. So at the same time where they were part of them, they were playing good cop, bad cop. Some of them were funding the civil rights movement. And at the same time, many of them were slumlords and doing all sorts of stuff to subjugate and oppress us. So even when the people say, it's the Jews, well, no, what race were they? I'm not asking their religion. I'm not asking their ethnic background. What race were they? And then you'll come to the conclusion that they were white. And if these Jews are so bad and they were attacking black American citizens, right? We are citizens. We built this country from the ground up with the assistance of others, but we did most of the grunt work, right? If you people are America first, why y'all didn't stand up to the Jays then? Why y'all didn't stand up to the Jays and protect us? Then if we're on our own, then fine, stop complaining to us. It's the Jews. Okay, well, do something about it. You're on your own. If you already know who the enemy is, if you already know who the culprit is, why are you complaining to us? You said that we're low IQ, savage, thuggish monkeys with low impulse control, with no power, right? Fine, we have no power, but you do have power, right? You do believe that you have an high IQ. So why haven't you devised a plan or a strategy to overcome, you know, the big bad J people who you say is running the country into the ground, or the people who are demonizing white people? They'll say that it's the J mafia who are making people hate white people, and then they'll turn around and blame George Floyd. Hold on. The same George Floyd that they kneeled on his neck, and yeah, that one. How the hell is he the fault that you have mass surveillance and that you can't afford your house and that some people are cosplaying as white? See, we call out our tethers. We'll look and say, man, this dude ain't no FBA. He's a tether. He's cosplaying. He's tethering onto a lineage that he's not a part of, and he's wearing it like a jacket to discard later. Where are the white people calling out the Jews? If Jews are not white, why you're not calling them out? Instead, all you hear is a bunch of whiny rhetoric. Where's the delineation movement for white people? When you see Bernie Sanders is Jewish. Bernie Sanders is an old white dude, an old white Jewish dude. When you see Jake Tapper, he's Jewish. Jake Tapper is a Jewish white dude. Jon Stewart, white dude. Like Jenny Jones, who her name wasn't Jenny Jones. She changed her name. Is she not white? Jerry Springer. Not white or what? Yeah, because it's not a race. And this is why they had to tether on and use black people as the mascot to get civil rights passed. And now when we fought for civil rights, now all these other groups, they branched off and start fighting for ethnic specific rights, while at the same time saying that you shouldn't do that. I asked a Mexican person this specifically: who is the Mexican version of MLK, and what were y'all doing in the civil rights generation? And the LULAC, they said, I don't want to ally with the Negro. Let the Negro fight his own battle. And when I told the dude that, he said, oh, well, we were fighting for Chicano rights. Hold on, huh? I'm not a Chicano, so that's not for me. I'm fighting for civil rights, which benefits Asians. It benefits Chicanos. It benefits Cholos, illegal immigrants, undocumented immigrants, legal immigrants. That's what we were fighting for. You fighting for Chicano rights doesn't benefit me, right? When they said stop Asian hate, nobody was saying all hate matters. All hate does matter, right? Why they didn't say that during the C-19 stop Asian hate? You know what I mean? So the hypocrisy is glaring. Let's get back into it, and I'm going to transition into another video, and then I'll get ready to shut her down.
Go do that. Go do that. What you have done is you've noticed that the FBA is getting some rhythm. Yeah. And you want some of that rhythm. You want some of that, you want to get some of that juice, baby. You want to get some of the fire that this movement has created. The same thing with ADOS. It created its own momentum, and you want some of that for yourself. The former grip is ending, and frankly, if the school is actually opening, what will you fundraise for? Got to find something, right? Need a new hustle. So this has been, you've decided that this will be your new hustle. To that, all I can say is anybody, and I do mean anybody that would give you money, Dr. Umar, they deserve to lose it. Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Did y'all donate to Dr. Umar school or what? Let me know. I'm gonna go ahead and pull that other story. But I agree. Dr. Umar, you've done too much coonery. So, bruh, I'm not donating. So y'all have seen some of the context of the discussion. So I'm going to transition into a video of my bro Sanchez. He's reacting into it. He's going to do his own breakdown. I'm going to let a lot of his commentary rock because bro was cooking on this one as well. So, but y'all get the gist and the tenor of the discussion. So this is on Sit Down with Sanchez. That's his channel. And this one is titled Reacting to Umar Johnson's latest video on DAFA versus FBA. And this video is long. It's about 3 hours and 33 minutes, but I'm starting it about 2 hours in, but it is worth watching. But I'll just start it here.
The first Pan-African, William Cuffey. And oh man, can we just talk about the school already?
Way before Henry Sylvester.
And bro be just crunk with way before he get into this little mode was like, let me see, I got it. And he didn't go to Africa to 1886. And he crossed the Great Pyramid of Giza in 1991. Like, bro, a bunch of just nothing burger Pan-African facts that don't help us. That's why FBA is so relevant. Hey, shout out to Kristen Smith. Kawabunga, dude. Appreciate the love.
You gave it today, February 13th,
You 6 of 10, Chris. We got 4 more. We gonna do this.
1865. He died on the same day, 17 years later in Liberia, because he wanted to go to Africa and fight for the empowerment of Africa from that side. He built one of the first Pan-Africanist organizations in history. He's way before Henry Sylvester Williams. He's way before Haile Selassie.
Wow.
This brother need a better breathing technique. He's way before what I was saying. What the heck, bro? Stop.
He's way before Kwame Nkrumah. He's way before Marcus Garvey. You follow what I'm saying? So when you're talking about Pan-Africanism, that was born on American soil by free and enslaved Africans during our enslavement. Pan-Africanism was birthed here. The first conference on Pan-Africanism was not.
We are Planet 1.25.
Henry Sylvester Williams' 1900 Pan-African Conference.
Yeah, he hyped for no reason. Look at them eyes right there. Look at them eyes right there, y'all.
Yeah, them eyes is a bucking Dr. Kunmar.
Hey. Look at this shit right here, bro. Look at this little a different person. Ooh, I got my powers from that. A journey in this simulation, freeing us all. Hey, that mean a lot, man. I humbly appreciate y'all for real. Umar just said, we're the creators. That don't make us better than nobody. So according to Umar, Elon Musk is equivalent to the people that drive the Cybertruck. Did that go over your head? According to Umar Johnson, if I buy me a Cybertruck, that Elon Musk ain't better than me just because he created it. I'm driving it. We the same. According to Umar Johnson, right? Elon Musk invented the Cybertruck. He created the Cybertruck, right? But if I buy one and drive in it, he ain't better than me. Like, think about what Umar said. He's saying, me driving a Cybertruck is equivalent to Elon for creating it. Umar is saying Elon created the Cybertruck, but that don't make him better than the people that's driving it now.
And this sounds like the DNC talking points, because as much as there's a racial hierarchy and a stratification here, then people somehow they don't act like they like hierarchies. When it comes to the cultural cachet and currency, foundational Black Americans are the source, are the hub, and are the pulse. Everyone knows this. And when you say that, that means that other outlets are not the source. It doesn't mean that they need to be diminished or denigrated. It just means, you know, we are this and you ain't that. That's just simply what it is. Now, people want to get mad, but if you think about it like this, if you're in the G League, you're a really good basketball player in the G League, but you're not an NBA player. That's why you're in the G League. There's a separate league. But to try to say, oh, well, because we're of the same race or the same skin pigment, that now I'm an NBA player and on the same level as LeBron James, he ain't better than me. Actually, LeBron James is better than you. That's why he's a Hall of Famer. That's why he's in the NBA. You're in the G League. I ain't trying to clown you. I'm just saying that there's levels to this stuff. And people recognize that there's levels. When you go to your job, you recognize that there's levels, right? That's why there's a supervisor and a manager who's considered your superior. That doesn't mean that they're a better human being than you. That means in this context, in this circumstance, they're in a superior position than you, whether it be based on resume, acumen, accolades, whatever, right? And we can say that about anything. If we created hip hop and someone is engaging and participating in hip hop and saying, well, we the same, it's all of ours. No, this is something that we created and you came in, contributed to it, right? And we're appreciative of those contributions. But to try to say that, hey, we're on equal footing in terms of the creation and cultivation of this thing because we look like each other, it doesn't make sense. And like Bro Sanchez is pointing out, look, you don't gotta like Elon Musk, right? But just because you buy a Cybertruck, Elon Musk created Cybertrucks and I could afford one, so we're on the same level. No one would think that, but that's what they want you to think in terms of culture, right? Y'all leech and tether onto our culture and say, y'all ain't better than us. Okay, we're not better than us. We'll do our thing. Hold your own nuts, your lineage, your filth, and your cultural achievements and heritage, and we'll do our same thing, right? So many of these people come over, cosplay, and mimic us, and then say, y'all think y'all better than us. No, you think you're better. You think we're better, which is why you're cosplaying and tethering. Dress like you're from your homeland. Don't come to America and dress like how people dress in America.
Stupid.
Let that sink in.
Make us no better than nobody else.
And shout out to Jen 40D. Is that 40D or double D? But shout out to Jen. Good evening, ma'am. Hope you're well. I am well. Salute to you. Appreciate you.
Yeah. But it's important to make sure the historical record is accurate because the Haitians.
Why do we need to protect the history of who made the Cybertruck? So that no one can never say that they're equivalent to the creator, you dummy. That's right. Ain't no need to protect historical data if you just gonna reduce your status based upon what you did, what you contributed. Dude is stupid, man. Like Umar really stupid. What's the point of Elon Musk having paperwork to prove that he created the Cybertruck? So that just no regular dude driving in it can think he's on Elon level. Because Elon can always say, look, the historical proof shows that I'm the creator. And you can't downplay the act of me creating something when you're just enjoying what I created. And to ensure that you can't downplay what I contributed, I got paperwork to back up that I'm the creator and that I contributed. And there's no need to protect that paperwork if you just gonna make yourself equivalent to every nigga driving the car. Like if Elon was saying, look, we all created the cyber truck, I don't want no credit, then I would say, Elon, why are you protecting your ownership paper? Why are you going out of your way to let it be known with the historical data that you're the creator? See, but Elon ain't that dumb. Elon know if he created something, he want the whole world to know I created it and you didn't do a goddamn thing. That's right. That don't mean he's selfish. That mean he's smart and he's protecting his intellectual property, something Umar ain't doing for his people. That's right. Shout out to Golden Spot.
Yeah, Umar is trying to give our intellectual property to Africa. Most FBAs have never been to Africa and won't ever go to Africa, not because they hate Africa. It's just that their homeland is here. They don't know anything about Africa. They've been painted up and told some sort of propagandistic lie. They've been told that it's this utopia in Wakanda. And I'm sure there are beautiful people there and it's a beautiful continent. But on the beautiful continent, there's a lot of ugly, harsh realities there as well. I don't think it should just be generalized as one or the other. It should be spoken about in its totality. But Umar, Dr. Kumar, who you see is bucking his eyes on the screen, he thinks that this is the motherland that we should all be trying to go back to. Okay, cool. Let's start with you first, Umar. Why don't you go back there?
Spark, Golden Spark, you 8 of 10. We only need 2 more now and we there. Appreciate the love, Golden Spark. Fucking with us, nigga. Come over here cooning, they're practicing tribalism. They saying fuck your people is all about my people. If the white man cutting a deal with me that's helping me benefit my people and send some money back home to my land, then fuck you niggas. Not trying to practice unity with you black folks.
And what he's talking about is when many of these groups come over here. So when they come over here, we've been taught to, if they have a certain level of melanin, and this is the land of the 1 drop rule. If you have 1 drop of African Negro ancestry, then you black, right? And many people have always rejected that because it's racist, it's impractical, it's implausible. But many of us have adopted it. Hey, look, man, we all know that you gonna get treated like us, but that's not really true. If you look at Klay Thompson or someone like Blake Griffin or Mariah Carey, all of these people could say that they have 1 drop of African Negro ancestry. But is Klay Thompson getting pulled over gonna really be the same as a dark-skinned black person? You can say they'll be mistreated, but then there'll still be levels within that mistreatment, right? He'll be treated harsher compared to an Anglo, but he'll be treated much more lenient compared to a dark-skinned FBA. You know what I mean? But many of these groups come over and they don't identify with us because they're from a different country and they come with their tribal ideologies. So when they come over here and we say, oh, look, they're black just like us, which is idiotic and has worked to weaken us, right? And they come over here and said, no, we're not like y'all, but we will cosplay and tether and pretend to be y'all so that we can get some benefits. And then many of them are able to double dip to say, I'm African American, so they're entitled to everything that FBAs / African Americans are entitled to. And then they're entitled to all of the immigrant, refugee, resettlement programs, which they have a litany of them that are only for immigrants. I just seen a mobile truck today out here in the Bay Area in California that was offering free legal assistance for immigrants. So if you're not an immigrant, then they don't offer you anything. That's immigrant exceptionalism. And then once you say that, then they'll say, this is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants, so we have to give everything to immigrants and blase, right? There's many people in the hood that are, when you look at the exonerations, right? Black people, they say 1350, right? Yeah, but I mean a different 1350. 13% of the population allegedly, but represent over 50 plus of the exonerations. Where is the free legal mobile council truck there? They don't have it for American citizens because you niggas need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Stop complaining. And then I say, fine, we'll stop complaining. But how about those immigrants who are not even citizens? How about they stop complaining? No, you can't say that. That's xenophobic. If you look at California, they've set up a fund of over $50 million that just helps with the legal counsel of immigrants. They don't care about citizens who can't afford counsel, but they do care about immigrants. And they say, who's going to pick the fruit? Most immigrants are not picking fruit. Who's going to drive your Uber, right? And all of these jobs, they act as if no one will do them, right? And then we're supposed to praise immigrants for doing a job under the table for low wages to stagnate the wages. Salute to them. This isn't about them. This is about a disgusting, insidious system that incentivizes illegal immigration so that they're incentivized to have a baby. And so they're killing two birds with one stone. They're incentivized to have a baby, which helps replenish the birth rate numbers, because many of them will be adopted and folded into whiteness, and they can pay cheaper labor, stagnate the wages for certain industries, and still get their little pet projects done at a fraction of the cost. Clearly, it was people that were already doing the job. So when they say they're doing the jobs that no one wants to do, that's just a flat out lie. Who was doing the jobs before they came here? There were people that were doing the jobs. There's no sector that's the majority of them are immigrants. All of these sectors, the most people that do the job are Americans. Now, you can say some have an immigrant background, but that's why they work to get citizenship. They're Americans now. So to pretend that nobody will ever do these jobs, especially when you had family member and ancestors, you mean to tell me there's nobody in America that will do construction jobs? There's nobody that will do HVAC. There's nobody that will climb and cut trees, right? There's nobody that will do landscaping. Who's going to pick the fruit? Not the migrants, because now they have machines that can pick fruit faster than 10 of the fastest undocumented immigrants. So most of them are not picking fruit. So what are the jobs they're doing again that nobody else will do? When I was growing up, it was a bunch of teenagers working at McDonald's. Now it's a bunch of people there, and many of them barely speak English, right? So you mean to tell me that there's no teenagers that will work at McDonald's? A bunch of teenagers go to McDonald's. You think they won't work there, get some money, and get some free food? Like, who are we kidding? You barely see a teenager working at any of these fast foods. Why? Because there's a bunch of grown men and women working there. Remember those jobs? Pool boy, paper boy. How could you have a pool boy when it's a grown, undocumented man working that job now? But once again, you're not supposed to say anything. Just accept it. Stop complaining. All right, fine. Tell them the same thing.
Just over here to act and cosplay, get some money from your shit and send it back home to our communities. Let's keep it real. Like, Umar is so naive and is dangerous, opening up our door for everybody. You over here, you black. So everybody come over here with brown skin, we just gonna cloak them with the FBA banner. That's dangerous, no. If a black man go to Jamaica right now, they ain't just gonna say, oh, you Jamaican. You can go to Nigeria tomorrow and they ain't gonna say, oh, you're Nigerian now. But a Nigerian man can come to America and Umar got to let him know, oh, you black now. Why? Because I got on an airplane and took a trip. Now I'm a black man, nigga. And that makes being black nothing. Like, what is black if that's all it take to be it? And that's why it's important for FBA to delineate, because we're defining what black is. If we let people like Umar do it, it's nothing but a plane trip, nigga. You can be.
Yeah, and we're defining what blackness is because we have a right to our cultural, ethnic, and intellectual sovereignty. So all of the goofies, why y'all call yourselves black? Okay, well, call yourself whatever you want to call. Just stop worrying about what we call ourselves. If you going around calling yourself Moore, Sulan, Ados, whatever, fine, go do that. Why are you so triggered about us naming and claiming ourselves, right? Reclaiming our stolen valor and identity. What's the issue with that, right? If black is just a color, fine. We like that color. You go identify with something else that's not a color. And if you're identified with something else, why are you worried about us? See, you're identifying with something that's irrelevant and that no one cares about. But people do care about being a foundational Black American freedman. And this is what grinds your gears, because it's like you want us to keep having some sort of generic ethnic erasure term. But who does that serve? And ultimately, it's not up to you, right? African American, a term like that was imposed on us. There was no collective poll. When people did poll, they polled and rejected it, and still the DNC and the Boule bootleggers got together and said, it is what it is. We just gonna call these niggas African American. But now people have had multiple options put out there. Solon, descendant of American chattel slavery. Many people are opting to call themselves foundational Black American. They think that it's a more codified term. It's more indicative of our place in history and on this land, right? Many people know, you know, hey, my ancestry is from Nigeria. You're Nigerian American. Beautiful thing. Kenyan American, Japanese, Chinese American, right? We are foundational Black Americans. There's no distant country in Africa that you can tie us to, right? And then they always try to say, oh, you were West African, and then some of us may have some East or North African phenotype. No, you guys all came from West African. Many of the people that were here indigenous, that if they were darker than a paper bag, yep, you a nigga now. But it's like, I don't know anything about Africa. We'll go over there with the Africans. And now you all had an ethnogenesis, and that's what created foundational Black American. A bunch of Black indigenous, or melanated indigenous, enslaved Africans, and the forcible sexual assault of many of the enslaved people is what created a new ethnic, and some would say racial group. That's what's called an ethnogenesis. And that's what gave birth to the foundational Black Americans, who were called other things, obviously Negro, colored, etc. If you were born on or prior to 1988, you were born Black or a Negro. You weren't born African American. When Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, all of these people got assassinated, they didn't say there was an African American assassinated. They said it was a Negro, a Black man being assassinated. So while others were rejecting Blackness, we were leaning into it to identify with it. Say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. So when people try to get this definition, Black means dead and it means all this other stuff. No, that's the connotation that you bring to it. Definitions have multiple definitions, right? If you look up C, right? SEE, SEA, same word, different spelling, different definitions, right? So even the same word with the same spelling can have multiple definitions. So what Black means to you, it don't mean the same thing to us. We stand on business. We lean into Blackness, and you can just lean into your lineage, which is nothing wrong with that. But your lineage would probably be Dominican or Brazilian or Nigerian. In my lineage, foundational Black American freedmen. It's a beautiful thing for us to be able to disaggregate and show distinction, right? Nothing wrong with a jaguar being a jaguar. There is an issue if you're calling a jaguar a leopard, knowing it's not.
Be black just by landing on this motherfucker. Like, goddamn, nigga. I've been black my whole life, and I can't change that shit. But you telling me a nigga can just be what I am overnight from a plane trip. Even though what that's like telling a Crip, right, in California, because you moved to Compton in the Crips neighborhood, you one of them. You a Crip now. If you move to them niggas' neighborhood, they gotta put you on, bro. You gotta prove yourself. You don't just by default be part of the gang because you moved on their territory. You gotta go through everything everybody else went through, man. Ain't no one man bigger than the gang. All the other gang members got history with the set. They ain't just claiming that because it was easy to claim it. And because, hey, I joined the set because I just moved here. No, I put some work in. I got a history of contributing to the community. And a dude that can just move over here and call himself one of us, that's a joke, man. Your shit look like a joke, nigga. Umar don't understand that. That's why he's dangerous, bro.
South Carolina, then Mark B-Eazy was going to get a ship and sail to Haiti. Most of them wanted to sail to Haiti.
Right.
You see, and not only that, the first 4 presidents of Haiti, guess what they were doing on the open sea, Loon? Intercepting slave ships filled without any settlers.
Did you see his goddamn face? Umar on coke. What? Umar is a joke, man, for real. I gotta just say that shit. Bro, a joke. Intercepted slave ship coming from my ancestor. Well, shut your big ice cream sandwich eating ass up, nigga.
On a side note, ice cream sandwiches are delicious. I haven't had one in quite some time, but gave me some flashbacks. I want one now. Preferably the Neapolitan. Is that how you say it? Because I've heard growing up, you know how they say Target and some say Target to be fancy. I've heard Neapolitan, but I've also heard Nepalation. Which one sounds more exotic? The Nepalation. But yeah, ice cream sandwiches, they do smack. Side note.
This dude fake as fuck. Watch this shit, y'all.
To Haiti. Most of them wanted to sail to Haiti.
Right.
You see, and not only that, the first 4 presidents of Haiti, guess what they were doing on the open sea, Loon? Intercepting slave ships filled without any settlers.
Who was driving those slave ships? Africans, not white men. That's right. That's what I'm tripping off. This blacks saving each other from other blacks. And the blacks that we're being saved from by Haiti are the ones he...
Yeah, this is a good point. See, other people are saying, oh, they're wondering where the delineation movement came in at. And it's because, still the majority of black people in America are foundational black Americans. But now there have been a lot of more bi-ethnic people, more biracial people, and more people that have been imported in that use the one drop rule to their advantage. One drop, hey, I'm Hispanic, then another day they're black. But all of the black immigrants, they came over and they got on the code of the FBAs. Shout out to SWP. He looked it up. But all of the people that they consider non-FBAs that had some sort of contribution to the civil rights, whether it be Harry Belafonte, Shirley Chisholm, all these other people, these people weren't flying their home country's colors. And many times they denounced, renounced, or purposely hid their homeland because they got on board with what the FBA was doing. Now this new crop of people come over here. They fly flags from homelands that they never want to go back to. In fact, many of their parents give them a threat. If you don't start acting right, I'm going to send you back. No, mama, please. Mama, don't send me back to my homeland. Oh, that's what it turns into. I thought you loved your homeland and you said that you have a superior culture, right? Why wouldn't you want to go back there, right? That's almost torture. If you say, we going to send you back home, in their mind, they hear you're going to send them back to a place that's worse than Guantanamo Bay. So if it's that bad over there, how are you telling me that your culture is so superior? Wouldn't you want to be back in a place with people that look like you, speak your language, and you're not around these ghetto blacks? Doesn't even make any sense. But yeah, this is why we had to delineate, because they just start bringing over a bunch of people, a bunch of tethers, people that, and you're not a tether just because you have a non-FBA background. But if you do try to tether onto our lineage that is not yours, to cosplay, to get some some benefits or some sort of cultural currency from it, I can't respect that. If I go to Africa and I know that I'm not Yoruba, Fulani, Igbo, I will want to learn from those cultures. I will appreciate those cultures. I won't try to say, hey, look at your skin tone. Look at mine. I'm Igbo now, just like you. And that's what they come over here. Yeah, I know I'm from Nigeria. I know that my accent is very thick, but I'm just like you FBA niggas. No, you're not. And it's okay. It's okay, but just stop pretending. That's all we ask.
Want us to be loyal to the Africans. Homeboy, if you really knew history like that, you would be full FBA. I don't understand Umar. It's like he talked just to be talking. He's fake as hell. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
That's
You feel me?
I respect
Jumping
that.
on the ship and taking it.
See, this is the history need to be
Yes,
told.
sir.
Yeah, you
Yes,
see what I'm
sir.
saying?
Yes,
But see,
Don't nobody care about that.
Yeah, I'm with bro Sanchez when bro is like, this the history that need to be told, nigga, huh? It's been told. And then right now, okay, fine. He just told us that. How does that help FBAs in America? No, man, y'all just got to know y'all history. Okay, you telling me history about Haiti. You telling me history about ancient Egypt, ancient Kemet. Fine. I get it. We was kings and shit. I get it, bruh. But how does that help me again? Right? My neighborhood is being flooded with immigrants. Richmond in the 1990s, 47% black. Now it's 17% black. Oakland in the 90s, 47% black as well. Now it's 19% black. How does focusing on what happened in Haiti in 1804 help that? Right? How does bringing up a quote about Pan-Africanism help that?
How that's gonna help us? The history need to be told is the contributions our people made on American soil. America always telling the world what we did outside of America, and they downplay our contributions to America and give it to immigrants.
Notice that, right? They always talk about, there's the trope, we was kings and shit, right? But then they always try to direct us here. Don't forget about Africa. No, I don't know anything about Africa. And salute to everybody in Africa that stood on business. So they want us to take credit for something in Africa that you don't know nothing about. A fable, oftentimes an embellishment or sometimes delusions of grandeur, and even some accurate factual information, but that you know nothing about, and it would be idiotic and offensive for you to take credit for, right? That's what's going on here as well. We create rock, blues, country music, etc. We created here because of the conditions of America, based on our experiences in America. Those same experiences in America are not the same experiences in Africa, because as an American, when you go to Africa, they tell you you're American. You're not like us. We love you, but you're not like us. I'm talking about the rank and file people, not the corrupt leadership, right? But once we're in our homeland in America, other people know that we're American, but we're not supposed to recognize ourselves as American. All of our accomplishments are not because of us. All of our accomplishments are only because of immigrants And then you say, y'all owed us to Africa. Hip hop came from there. Okay, fine. If hip hop came from there, where are the hip hop heads? The African Kendrick Lamar, the African Nas. Where's the African Tupac? If that was the origin and the birthplace, that's where you should get the richest form of hip hop. Instead, you can't name anyone that's equivalent, right? So imagine you're saying that this place in Mexico is the birthplace of tacos. Would you expect to get a better taco there or at Taco Bell, right? Africa and the Caribbean is the birthplace of hip hop. Okay, cool. And then you go to the Caribbean, there's no one even comparable to the foundational Black Americans. You go to Africa, there's no one comparable. How is this the origin and the birthplace? Where are the African jazz players? Where are the African rock stars? And all of the people that you name, they've come after the foundational Black Americans who have created and laid the blueprint. But all of the blueprints we laid, we can't get credit for it because we have to give it to some distant land that didn't even exist. Those days are over.
So why should we be talking about something that Africans and Haitians did long time ago? Why should we even be bringing up our greatness in Egypt right now? When the people in power are saying we ain't contribute shit to young America. We need to give them a history lesson. If you are fascinated about history, Umar, then you ought to be passionate about correcting the people in power who's saying that foundational Black Americans didn't contribute shit to this country. So when people start calling us out saying we didn't contribute nothing to America, why do you want to talk about Haiti, bro? When there's people we arguing with saying we didn't contribute nothing to America. That's not an argument what he's defending. But he ain't defending the current arguments that we on the hot seat about. He avoiding that, talking about nothing burgers. That's some agent behavior. But guys, I know y'all donated so that I can keep the show in that, man. We got a transcript here.
Haiti, right? Pan-Africanists are some of your greatest Black leaders, your greatest Black organizers. If you're looking at achievements, nobody compares to Pan-Africanism.
Well, why don't you name those achievements? Don't you think he would go down a list of achievements one by one?
Nobody. Hebrews, Moors, Nawapians, Gods and Earths, Nation of Islam, I love them all. Nobody.
Yeah, that's a lie, right? That's a big ass lie.
You can put all them together, you don't touch us. Okay, and I say that respectfully, but it's the truth. Okay.
But this the same man that compares himself to Abraham Trihor. This the same man that thinks that
So Dr. Umar is trying to say that he's on the same level as Garvey, the same level as Ibrahim Traore, who's actually running an entire country and who's also fended off over 20 plus assassination attempts, right? Umar is trying to pretend as if he's on. So the Burkina Faso president, Ibrahim Traore, he's actually in Africa. He's actually in Burkina Faso. Imagine him saying that he's the prince or the president of Burkina Faso, but he's in America. Umar is the prince of Pan-Africanism, and every time you see him do a podcast, 99.9% of the time, guess where he's at? In America. Nigga, if you hate America so bad, why are you here, bruh? He keeps saying, y'all want to identify with the white man in America. And then you go to the continent and it's a bunch of broken bushmeat eating individuals that were doing nothing but worshiping whiteness. Many of the people that are around them, most of them are Black. So when a white person comes with some Red Cross rice and some Band-Aids for their bullet wound or knife gash, suddenly that the white person is just, you know, the best thing since sliced bread, an angel walking on water. But when the FBAs go out there, oh, y'all just another nigga that you can exploit. You know that there's a tax. There's a tax where if you're an American, i.e. a Black American, where they'll charge you more. Oh, well, y'all niggas got it, you know, so they can charge you more. Do you think they're charging the white people more? Right? Umar knows this. And Roger said, how's that school coming? Apparently, he's saying that the school is done and it's going to be like this great African school. But would y'all send y'all kids to Umar school? Let me know.
He's on the same level of Burkina Faso's leader. So, of course, you know he going to lie out the mouth and exaggerate.
ADOS FBA, respectfully, I'm going to go with both groups because they represent basically the same thing, but there are differences, right? So ADOS,
which is a descendant of slavery.
No, they're first. FBA comes later. Okay, but they both exist. FBA is more popular, right? Okay. ADOS FBA. I don't have a problem with the American African people seeing the need to make it clear to other branches of the global African family that when you come here, you need to be clear that we built the house and rolled out the carpet for you.
He about to say some dumb shit, bro. Because if you ain't got a problem with that, why then come with a problem? I hate when people do this. Because
So apparently the school was going to be up on the auctioning block. Somehow he raised the money, I believe. And guess who he raised the money from? It was from FBAs. It was nobody in Burkina Faso or Ghana like donating to him. It's people in America. So as much as he hates America, he's in America raising American dollars to build a school in America. Why didn't he start this FDMG academy in Ghana? Do you know Ghanaians are kicking out Nigerians? They're both African. We all black. So why Ghanaians beefing and kicking Nigerians out? This nigga has Ghanaian citizenship, and instead of building a school in Ghana, he's in America, but calling out Americans. Nigga, take your ass back to Ghana, bruh.
If you was telling the truth, guess what you would say? I have a problem with how they're doing it or something like that. You said, I don't have a problem with them doing this, but you finna point out a problem, watch, with how we doing it.
Be respectful in my home the same way you would want for me to be respectful in your home. So the concept of that American African identity, I have no issue with it. It needs to be done. It needs to be said. This is.
Guess what he about to say? I know he's a simple, predictable nigga.
He does have an issue with it because we're saying that we're foundational Black American, and he's saying, no, I ain't gonna call y'all African American. I'm gonna call y'all American Africans. But I have no issues with your identity, nigga. We said that we're foundational Black American. Man, y'all hate Africa. Why y'all trying to deny y'all African ancestry? Why aren't Haitians? Haiti is a country. America is a country. United States of America. Before people say it's a continent, yeah, the Americas. Right? But I'm talking about the United States of America. That's a country, right? Just like Haiti is a country and Jamaica is a country, right? Why aren't they calling themselves African, not Afro, African Jamaican? They're from Africa and they know it, right? But I thought you said FBAs are African American and freedmen. Don't they know they're from Africa? So they could be from Africa without calling themselves African. And I'm being facetious and rhetorical with this, right? There's no one calling them African Jamaican or African Haitians. It's just Haitian because they had an ethnogenesis on the land. It doesn't matter if they were African. They became Haitians based on the environment and based on their ethnogenesis and the admixture of various racial and ethnic groups. That's the same thing that happened to us. We don't have the exact same mixture as a Jamaican. Jamaicans were mixing in with many of the Indo-Irish people and the indigenous people there. We were here with the indigenous people, formerly enslaved Africans and Europeans, right? The mixtures are different. That's why it's an ethnogenesis to create an entirely new ethnic and or racial group. And every other group gets to have their intellectual sovereignty. Puerto Rico was a slave colony. Mexico was a slave colony. They don't call themselves African Mexican. And even the so-called Afro-Mexicans, they weren't even recognized as human beings until about 2015. Mexico originated in the 1500s. So they've had Afro, air quote, Black Mexicans the whole time there since the inception of the country, and they didn't recognize them as human beings into 2015. And these people come over here immigrating from there, and y'all think that them being dumped in a black neighborhood, that there's somehow some black and brown. And the whole black and brown thing is idiotic. You say black and brown and they say blancamiento mejoró la raza, which means brighten, lighten, and whiten the race for advancement, right? Black and brown for somebody who doesn't even consider themselves brown. We're people of color. Okay, what color are they? They're brown. No, they're not. That person is a white person. Donald Trump is darker than them. They're Latino. Yeah, but that's no race. And it just goes back and forth. But let's get back into the video and salute everybody that came through. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you. And it won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. I'm going to get ready to shut this thing down in about the next 20 minutes. So I'll play some more of the video. I sincerely appreciate y'all.
Guess what he's about to say? I don't got a problem with that. Built while partaking in it, we should respectfully respond. Even though that man cursed Sadie out. He's a hypocrite. We're gonna match the energy we're given, bro.
You know what? I wasn't thinking about it like this, but now it does make sense because many of his talking points do come straight from the DNC. He's just trying to frame them in a more hip, urban, black centric vernacular. But these are some kind of Democrat shield talking points that Dr. Kumar is giving. So he is giving me agent vibes for real. But Tutney says, wow, are we sure it wasn't the FBI or the Democrats who saved his butt? He mysteriously had a random white landlord who happened to know Umar's whole story, cut a spontaneous promo for him in his live. That's what I'm saying. Like, he is giving me more agent vibes than anything. And especially when he talks about reparations, he gives this incoherent blather that would work to undermine the movement of reparations. And it's framed as, no, I'm just doing it because I love black people and I'm the prince of Pan-Africanism and I'm so blackety black. Well, nigga, take your black ass back to Africa, nigga. You got citizenship. Why are you here, nigga? He doesn't want an identity given to black culture unless he's the one that has defined it. He is a fake leader and he has no true followers except the blind that are here seeking a leadership. And this is what he always constantly talks about. Where are the black leaders? Where are the black leaders? Nigga, we don't need a black leader. The code is our leader. You know what being on code is. If you're doing anything to undermine, then you're inadvertently, subconsciously, or consciously cooning and stepping and fetching it. So you need to have some introspection and say, you know what, this is going to undermine my group, my community, and my country, because we are Americans. So if you're undermining an American community, you're undermining a segment of American society. Umar wants to be framed as this leader. He wants to be seen in the same vein as Garvey. And Garvey was an op himself. He may have did and said some good things, but he did a lot of detrimental, oppish, and snake things too. And it's no coincidence, and it's a bit of irony that Umar is always, trying to model much of his sentiments and his behavior after Garvey, who many of the civil rights leaders at the time thought that he was an op. They had a Garvey must go campaign. Look that up, right? Garvey, just like, and now that I think about it, Garvey was just like Umar. Umar said he was the prince of Pan-Africanism, and this nigga's barely in Africa. He goes to Africa for photoshops and brings his ass right back here to America, my homeland that he's always crapping on. Marcus Garvey did some of the same thing. He declared himself as some sort of de facto president of Africa. Did y'all know that Marcus Garvey never went to Africa? How could you trust a goofy nigga like that? Whatever city y'all from, right? I'm in California. So imagine a nigga saying he is the king of San Francisco. but he's from Delaware and never even been to California. Would you trust that man? I'm the king of California. I'm the king of Los Angeles. Have you ever been? No, but I'm the king. Huh? Look this up. Garvey never been to Africa, but he was trying to profess that he was going to be the de facto president of Africa. And then here we have the de facto prince of Pan-Africanism, or the prince of poached pickled pineapple pizza and Panda Express. That prince who's never in Africa. And when he does, he goes to Africa, does a photo op, probably, lays up with some Bantu bunnies and hops his ass right back on the plane to come to my homeland in America. And then it wags his fingers to Americans. Go back to Africa, bruh. Good riddance, Dr. Scammer.
And you can't tell a man how to respond, nigga. You can't tell us. Guess what you need to be telling the tellers? Don't disrespect these niggas when you come over here, because you just don't know what kind of response you may get. That's right. Instead of you trying to tell me how to respond to disrespect, how about you tell them to quit disrespecting?
Them, which supersedes the negative energy you give to the white man who enslaved you then and oppresses you now.
This is what the tellers do. They come over here and have more vitriol for us than the white colonials that's invading their own land. They will abandon.
And it's not just the tethers that look like us. It's many of, like somebody in the chat said, the Latinos, the Asians, they come over here. And this is why that whole U.S. imperialism, that excuse and explanation could only go so far with me, because I am one of the first and the quickest to denounce the colonialism, the U.S. imperialism. I don't support them installing puppet leaders and organizing regime change and coup d'etats. I'm vehemently against that. When you look at the people who speaking out about it, is usually Americans. When you look at about the people who speak about what's going on in the Congo, in the Sudan, Darfur, and all this stuff, right? It's mainly Americans, and especially Black Americans. So the same people that come over here and say that, hey, I'm only fleeing here because the big bad US destabilized my country. Okay, now you're here in the country that destabilized your country. Are you going to help restabilize your country? Are you going to make endless content about how the US helped make your country a failed state? They don't do that. Instead, they come over here. You niggas is lazy. We work harder than y'all. We're model minorities and we have a superior culture. Fine. Then I have to take that at face value. Facetiously. You have superior culture. Why didn't that culture work superior in your homeland so you didn't have to flee? You work so much harder. Why didn't you work a little bit harder in your homeland so you didn't have to flee? I'm a model minority. Why didn't you keep your model minority status in your homeland that you love so much? All of these questions are considered xenophobic, but someone coming from a different country saying I'm an immigrant and pointing at an American citizen saying that you're lazy and you need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and stop begging the government, that's not xenophobic. All of these groups that say don't beg the government, their first order of business is to have a baby. The second one, get something from the government. I mean, just look it up, whether it be a loan, right? Getting a loan from the government is not pulling yourself up by your bootstrap. Getting a grant from the government is not pulling yourself up by your bootstrap. Any financial assistance, right? Pull yourself up by your bootstrap means just what it means. But we live in a nation of interdependence. No one does anything by themselves, right? We need each other. So to pretend as if people are coming over here, oh, I came over here with $2 in my pocket. If you did, that's idiotic, right? Because if you're struggling in whatever hometown you're in and you say, I want to move to the next city or the next state with $2, Americans would tell you that's dumb. But then we encourage it from another country. Yeah, if you're poor and you got $2 in your pocket, come and cross a dangerous river and come into a country illegally, right? Because you're just seeking a better life. Okay, I'm in Oakland and I'm poor with $2 in my pocket and I want to seek a better life. Shut up, nigger. You're American. Pull yourself up by your bootstrap. That's pretty much how it goes. Someone from Tijuana is fleeing a gang. Okay, I'm from Oakland. I'm fleeing a gang. Shut up, nigger. Pull yourself up by your bootstrap. Okay, let's get back into it.
A land while the French, the Chinese, Europe take it over, and they'll come over here and be more mad at us than the people that's literally pillaging their motherland. And Umar got the nerve to say this.
There's nothing a continental African immigrant can do to me that can supersede what the white man has done to me.
And he's trying to make it like.
And Garvey spoke down. He would call like Black Americans stupid. He worked a lot with the KKK as well. People try to frame it as if he was, doing something honorable. But yeah, just look at the whole Garvey Must Go campaign with A. Philip Randolph and other people. So now people read a book and think that he was just this mythical, unifying character, but he also scammed a lot of money too, like how Umar scammed the money for the school, or let's say he grifted money for the school. Garvey grifted money for his I think it was his Black Star line, right? And notice, just like Umar and Garvey, they all want to get us back to Africa, but guess where they are? And I might do another part of this just because I'm about to shut it down pretty soon. But the brother Chase McGee, he pulled up the receipts and showed that Garvey was renouncing and denouncing the Great Britain, which he was a subject to say that he wanted to be American, right? So as much as he's praising Garvey was willing to drop all of his blackness, all of his British citizenship to be American. But now Umar saying, y'all dumb for being America. Y'all need to be African. And he keeps citing Garvey, a person who never been to Africa. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. How the fuck is Garvey some master Pan-Africanist who never been to Africa? Right? I'm a unifier of New York. Have you been to New York? No. Huh? Shit don't even make no sense.
Us checking these tethers is us taking our foot off the white man neck. Why can't we just do it all? He just admitted to checking these folks. And ain't nobody gonna tell him when he check a tether, but bro, it ain't worse than what the white man did. Yes, it is. Because if a black person do to me the same thing that the white man doing, it is worse because it's coming from my people. Think about this, right? Umar said we're Africans. And we come from Africa. We were taken from our tribes in Africa. And when the Africans come over here, we got to tell them that they one of us. Let that sink in. Umar said we are lost Africans. And the Africans come over here and we got to remind them, hey, bro, we all family. We got to tell the Africans that, even though we're stolen from them. And not only that, they come over here disrespecting us and we got to still be nice to them, according to Umar.
And it's alleged that Marcus Garvey had some of the FBAs that were protesting and calling out his corruption. It's alleged that he had them assassinated. I might have to do a deeper dive on Garvey, because he's been painted up as this mythical figure. And I'm sure that he's done some good things and said some good things, but does the good outweigh the bad? Because this oppish stuff, if I had did it, people would not want to follow me, subscribe, or anything. And like I said, I'm just giving a very basic example. Think about whatever city you're in or whatever state you're in, right? And someone is claiming to be the leader of that state where they've barely been to, right? They're raising money here. I'm going to send y'all all to a state that you've never been to. And don't worry, I'll be the king of that state, even though I've never been. Just me describing that right now sounds pretty oppish. So what do you think it was when Marcus Garvey is declaring himself a president of Africa which is a continent, right? How are you going to be the president of a continent that you've never been? That alone is oppish enough, but it gets deeper than that.
Far as I'm concerned, when an African lie about my achievements, it hurt more than when a white man do it. That's right. I expect it from certain people.
And Big Rig, I'm about to get ready to shut it down, but if you want to come up, let me know. And he's absolutely right. So when people say, why y'all ain't going at the white man, we've been the only ones actually standing on business, standing up to dub supremacy, right? But what Bro Sanchez is elucidating is that we gonna go harder at the people. You know, you always say we are brothers and sisters. So if you my brother, right, I'm gonna go harder at my brother that's stabbing me in the back. If it's an enemy, if it's an op and they stab me in the back, I don't want that to happen, but I expect that from my op. I don't expect that from my brother to be stabbing me in the back. So of course I'm gonna go harder. And you go harder on the people that have proximity to you. Since we've been redlined and we live in these segregated enclaves, most people live by an ethnic or racial group that looks like them. So that means people that are in close proximity to you are going to be the ones that are more prone to doing some sort of harm to you, right? So I'm going to call out the most immediate harm. And we can walk and chew gum. See, anybody can get it. You're not exempt. We call out tethers. We call out Sambos. We call out W people. We call out anybody that is working to undermine us. You're not going to be exempt. And what people want to do is they want to let people come over here and say, man, he just like you. He's African. And yeah, he has a thick accent. And yeah, you know, he immigrated here, but he's just like you. So you can't go that hard on him. Nigga, what? No, bruh, if we're supposed to be allies, I'm going to go harder on you. If you're supposed to be my brother or my cousin, I'm going to go harder on you because the expectations are heightened and increased. What is the point of us calling ourselves family or allies if I'm not supposed to hold you to a higher standard? No, I get more mad at the corrupt leaders who are selling their people out than the W supremacists. I expect them to be evil. I expect them to be very heinous. I don't expect people who are supposed to be our family and our brothers from the motherland. I don't expect y'all to be working to undermine us and stab me in the back and the front and the side.
You're telling me to be nice when an African do it, but go hard on a white man, even though this is my brother that's trying to tear my history down. Umar said we're Africans and we all one family, but he also admitted that he had to check these Africans sometime from disrespecting his family. Listen, Umar, if the Africans thought we was all one family, you wouldn't have to check them for disrespecting your shit. That's right. Because they would see it as theirs too. The fact that you got to tell them we family, and they don't come over here and say, my brother, my lost African brother, I love you. We got to tell them, hey, you know I'm your family, right? They should know that if we're stolen property that come from them. Somebody take any one of my family members away. When I reunite with my family member that was taken from me and went through an ethnogenesis, how think about this now. You're an African that went through an ethnogenesis, according to Umar. The African that goes through an ethnogenesis shouldn't even know who he is. What are we doing telling the Africans we're Africans? They should know that, not us, because we went through slavery. Our shit was deleted. The white man turned us Africans into Christians and slaves. He took away our Africanism, according to Umar. But when the Africans show up here, the African don't even want to be African. B-Eazy came here and started doing goddamn country music.
And see, this is what we're talking about, the tethering and stuff, right? They want you to be proud to be African, but all we know is our American roots. We started country, we started rock, we started hip hop, blues, jazz, etc., right? But then these other groups, they come over, but like y'all said that y'all have all of these African, Caribbean, Asiatic art forms, but y'all come over here and y'all want to do the art forms that we created and then say, well, it ain't just for y'all. This is everybody culture, right? But you come from a place that you say is culturally rich. You say that we don't have no culture, and then you come over here and engage in our culture that's proven and solidified. Many of these people come over and dress like us. They dress like an urban street dude, which is like a black dude. And then once they know they're dressing like a black dude, then they try to say, yeah, but y'all don't own the company. Yeah, I agree with that. And this is why I don't rock with a bunch of name brands. However, we popularize styles that become synonymous with our culture, right? There's a bunch of people that wear Timberland boots, but when you think of Timbs, like what demographic do you think wearing them? Y'all don't own Timberlands, nah, but that is part of our style. Did we create fitted caps? Right? But when we wear our fitted hats, do we wear our fitted caps the same way that the white dudes do? Many of the white dudes, they wear, like, have y'all ever seen that movie Sandlot? They had those little hats like on Sandlot and they fold the brim. A lot of dudes fold the brim. I still wear the straight brim. The whole wearing the hat backwards, a little bit on the head, a do-rag with the hat. All of these are our styles. You can say, oh man, y'all didn't invent those hats. It's our style. And who is it synonymous with? Jordans, right? Y'all didn't make Jordans. What race is Michael Jordan again? You know what I mean? And then there's a stereotypical trope. All y'all gonna do if y'all get money is buy fried chicken and Jordans or Nikes, right? Did we create Nikes? No, but that style is synonymous with us. And it's also disingenuous because many other people come over. Y'all don't have your style. That's European style, bruh. Y'all don't own dashikis. Guess who popularized dashikis? It wasn't Africans. It was foundational Black Americans, because once the immigrants come over here, they try to distance themselves from Africa. Yeah, in their private settings, they might do that, but it ain't a bunch of them walking around in kente cloth and dashikis like that. Many of them are trying to look like us, blend in so much where it's like, hold on, is he one of us? And then you look, oh, no, I seen the hairline. You know what I mean? He ain't one of us. And that's perfectly fine. It doesn't mean that we're automatically better than you, that we're going to mistreat you. It just means that we're different. And then when we start hearing some of the Sambo tether rhetoric, it starts making sense. We see this person comes from an immigrant background or has a colonial brainwashed mindset. You know what I mean? But yeah, many of these people, they don't come over and they're not really representing their garb, right? So what is the point of saying that you have this rich culture when you're trying to dress like FBAs? Make it make sense.
The Africans show up here and the Africans should be telling me, hey, you black man in America, you are the lost tribes of Africa. Wake up. You are an African. I shouldn't be telling him we're all.
Yeah, I'm going to be straight brim until I'm 80 years old. You know, Lord willing that I make it that long. I'm not with the whole folding of the hats, but I did hear some people like, man, y'all still rock straight brims? Yep, I'm a rock straight brims and Air Forces. You know, some nigga was like, you know, if you rock Air Forces, they put you in immediate unk and boomer status. It's like, huh? Like, nigga, I don't care. Air Forces, they gonna hit for. I'll be 99 years old and wear some Air Forces, bruh. And Dark says we made the Kango hats fire. Yeah. When you think of Kango hats, you think of LL Cool J, you think of hip hop, Black American culture. You can say, well, y'all didn't make it. Who popularized it? Now, a bunch of these bigoted companies didn't want us wearing the stuff. Timberland, Tommy Hilfiger, all of these companies said, hey, we didn't really make this for blacks, but who cares? We got it and made it culturally relevant. Now, I'm against buying all these name brands. I have a saying, don't buy brand names, brand your name. Because most of these companies are just someone else's name that you're giving more reverence and respect to than your own name. Vera Wang, Michael Kors, Calvin Klein, Tommy Hilfiger, all someone else's name that you're putting more respect on their name than your own name. Ooh, look at this. This is Louis Vuitton. Look at this. This is Versace. Look at this. This is someone else's name. You know, be proud of me for wearing someone else's name. People barely even want to have any pride in their own name because they're excuse me, they're too busy propping up someone else's name. Have some respect about your lineage.
Africans, I was stolen from his land. How is the African slave in America teaching the African on the motherland we're all Africans? And we're the one who shouldn't even have the knowledge of who we are. They should be teaching us. They should be saying, you were taken, some of you were taken here, some of you were taken from this tribe.
And shout out to Big Rig because he said all his hats got sticker. Yeah, we leave the stickers on. If they, you know, get soiled and come off, but yeah, I always leave the stickers on. Sometimes it's better to leave them on. It's either you got to leave them on or you got to take them off right away. Because if you leave them on, then sometimes it will get like that part will be preserved. But sometimes it might get a little dust around it. So you take it off. It's like a circle. But yeah, I always leave my stickers on.
Why the white man telling us where we was taken from? The Africans ought to be able to back him up or say he lying. They ought to say, nope, the white man is lying about your history because we your parents. We your forefathers. You was taken from our house. So how...
And I'm going to transition into one little small clip and then I'm gonna get ready to shut her down. But don't let this point go over your head. What he's saying is a very poignant point, right? If these people are saying that, hey, this is your motherland, then where is the African recollection of what happened? Because all we have is the dub version, right? The dub edition. And they say, okay, cool. It wasn't just that we just sold all of y'all. Some of them were kidnapped. Okay, cool. Tell me how many were kidnapped and how many were sold, right? Since, you know, we can't trust their records, what do your records reflect? So it's like, damn, did y'all really even care about us? Y'all trying to say that these was your brothers, your sisters, and mothers being sold, but yet you don't have any history of it. You're taking the word of the white man, the same people who allegedly kidnapped, you're taking his word for the recollection. There should be a bunch of people. Hey, I'm Dikembo Afintunde, right? And 3 of my kids were kidnapped, right? I am Ibrahim, you know, Dudu Tunde, right? 4 of my kids were taken. Like, where are these recollections at, right? Oh, just trust me, bro, and take the word of the colonizers. I get it. History is written by the winners, but there should still be a perspective of the air quote losers, right?
Come, if black people were stolen from African tribes, how come them African tribes gotta be taught by the white man that we were stolen from them? And then they say, check your blood types. What a dumbass. There is no blood type called Ghana or Nigerian. Blood types don't show you who the hell you are as far as you being an African and all that. Guess what they're going to show you? Everybody who got a blood type submitted to that database, it's going to show you who your shit is more similar to. The biggest database only got a few million. It's 10 billion people on Earth. Guess where they get most of the samples from? Poor countries. Guess where's the poorest country on Earth? Africa, you dumbass. So if I go and get me a blood test to see where I'm from, guess what I'm going to have most similarities with? Africa. They telling everybody because everybody get a blood test done and everybody in the world can find more hits in Africa. They say, well, we all come from Africa. No, you dumbasses. Most of the database that you testing my shit up against are samples that come from Africa. If I put a bunch of goddamn yellow cards in a bag, 500 yellow cards, and I put 50 green cards, 50 orange cards, don't you think everybody gonna pull more yellow cards out the bag, you dumb fuck? See, you wanna call me dumb? I can name call too, but I'm smarter than your dumb ass because you just regurgitate dumb shit you've been told and you don't challenge it. If a motherfucker put 500 yellow cards in a bag, 50 pink cards, 50 red cards, everybody gonna pull more yellow cards than anything else. So when everybody go get their blood test done, everybody getting hits in Africa. So does that mean we come from Africa? No, you dumbass. It means that most of the blood samples in that database are majority African. It's biased from the get-go. Stupid.
There's nothing a
Instead
Caribbean,
of trying to,
Central South American African immigrant can do to me.
Okay, so I'm gonna play just a short little segment, and this is the brother Chase McGee breaking down how Garvey was going to renounce being a subject of Britain to be an American citizen, and then I'll get ready to shut her down. So this video is from Foundational Black American History. The brother's name is Chase McGee. It's titled Pan-African Leader. Dr. Umar attacks foundational Black Americans, then says this. So the video is about 36 minutes, but I skipped to the 24 and 51 mark because I just wanted him to show the receipt of him talking about Garvey, and then I will get ready to shut her down.
I can't get with that. Well, you call yourself the Prince of Pan-Africanism. You say you're the second most influential person other than Marcus Messiah Garvey. Well, here's some interesting things about Garvey, family. Now, what I have on the screen, a lot of people don't really talk about this, family, but since Umar wanted to bring it up and he wanted to shame foundational Black Americans for being American or even claiming to be American and not African, I thought this was interesting to bring up that a lot of Pan-Africanists don't talk about. This is of the United States of America. This is a declaration of intention by none other than Umar's hero, Marcus Messiah Garvey. Family, do y'all know Marcus Garvey, during his time in the United States, was trying to file to become a United States citizen? Okay? He was trying to file to become a United States citizen. And let's read what he signed. It says, and this is from the state of New York, and I'm going to just skip through it because some of the stuff is irrelevant. It says, I, Marcus Messiah Garvey, age 34 years, occupation, journalist, do declare an oath that my personal description is Black, 5'7", 180 pounds, XYZ. But here's where it gets interesting. He says, it is my bona fide intention to renounce forever all allegiance and fidelities to any foreign prince, potentate, state, or sovereignty, in particular Great Britain, of whom I am now a subject. Okay? I arrived at the port of New York in the state of New York on or about the 23rd day of March, 1917. I am not an arsonist. I am not a polygamist, nor a believer in the practice of polygamy. And it is my intention in good faith to become a citizen of the United States of America and to permanently reside therein. So help me God. This is Marcus Garvey's Declaration of Intention.
So Marcus Garvey wanted to renounce his citizenship to Great Britain, who he's a subject of, and come to America with the FBAs and get it popping. And then while he was renouncing his citizenship to Great Britain to come to America to say that he wanted to live in America forever, he's trying to get FBAs to go to Africa. If that ain't an op, I don't know what it is, right? Many of FBAs, Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman saying, man, we ain't go Africa, nigga, what? We're too rooted here. It ain't no going to Africa. And he was saying, no, y'all need to go over there and I'll be the king and the president, even though I never been. I mean, this sounds like op talk to me, but I'm gonna get ready to shut her down because it's going on almost 4 hours. And I believe this has been a fruitful stream. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you. I do have a quick rundown of some visuals that I'm going to play. I hope that you guys stick around to the end of the stream. If you haven't had a chance to like the stream yet, this is the opportunity. But don't worry, I will hit you with a friendly reminder. So give me one moment. If I could actually find that. Looks like I might. Oh, here it goes. A friendly reminder. Time for a like intermission. We kindly request that you show love to the channel's creator and platform by leaving a like, sharing, commenting, and subscribing. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell to stay up to date with all the latest content. Liking posts is completely free and helps the algorithm boost our reach. We want to grow the community larger and larger. So thank you all who take the time to support us. It does mean the world to us and doesn't go unnoticed. It says, I hear all of this separation, but when do any of these brothers have any kind of unity? Well, what type of unity are you talking about? I think the term unity is overblown. You can't unify with somebody that's working to actively undermine you. So sometimes people just say, man, we need to unify. Do you want to unify with a bunch of genocidal Zionists in Israel right now? Do you want to unify with a bunch of step and fetch it Sambos in the Congressional Black Caucus? Do you want to unify with a bunch of the people on the African continent that's selling out their people? I want to unify with the people that are working to dismantle the system of dub supremacy and oppression, but you can't unify with everybody. And you don't need to unify to build, right? Just don't work to undermine. If some people want to call themselves Moors and Pan-Africans and Solons and stuff, and they're uniting and building something under that identity, fine. We don't all need to come together and unite to do the same thing. What we do need to be is on code and not be undermining people of the same community and the same countrymen. That's the only unity I care about. I think the unity is just like super overblown. A lot of people are not even unified in their family. And then they talk about, we need to unify. Well, start with your family. You haven't unified with your family members, but yeah, you think a bunch of strangers should unify. And I'm all for unity, but unity for what though, right? Because when people go to a football game, there were a bunch of Seahawks fans who were unified. They were unified in the stands, high-fiving each other. But what did that unification amount to? A bunch of fans high-fiving each other, cheering on an American spectacle. So unity without a purpose is just fecklessness. But before I get up out of here, you know, I'm gonna hit you. Yeah. Hey. Ooh. Yeah. Hey.
man like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss, I call shots cause I'm still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on Chirac and then fly back out to Milwaukee. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hear me flow, say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.
B-Eazy that B-Eazy that dude, yeah they know the name. Stacking up the paper but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy that dude, yeah they know the name. Stacking up the paper but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy that dude, yeah they know the name. B-Eazy that dude.
You love me. You really love me. You're not going anywhere.